until city channels.
Yeah, at least the meeting is in order now, so we can wait for a minute while we. We can repeat your list, so at least.
Are we on city channel?
We are on City Channel. I'm asking them to amplify the mics.
Okay, in the room.
Yep.
So repeating my requested separations, they're items number 4, 5, 8, 10, 11, 13, 16, 17, 19, 20, and 21.
Any other items? Put the city channel ready?
We're fine.
Okay. Any other items for exclusion? Huh? All right. Now we'll go to disclosures and recusals. Anybody? No? All right. So I think at this point we'll vote on the consent agenda. Can I get a motion on item 1 through 3, 14, 15, 18, and 18?
Should wait for Laura to come back so she can record.
Okay. Hello? No? Still the same, Laura.
Do you have an extra pen? Or am I?
No, this. Yeah, we have pen.
Do you have an extra pen?
Hang on just 1 second. You can end that call. Maybe that'll help. Dave was on the phone.
Yours is off.
Okay, I think that's
Yeah.
better.
Yeah, all right.
Okay.
A lot better.
All right.
Thank you. So, would you like me to make a motion on that?
Yes, please. Yep, item
I
1.
move adoption of agenda items 1 through 3, 6 and 7, 9, 12, 14, 15, and 18.
Is there a second? Second. All right. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed say no. All right, so that passes. So now the next item on the agenda is item number 4, legislative file number 54551. Can I get a motion on item number 4, please?
Move adoption.
Any second?
Sorry, it's not my phone. Not my phone.
Second twice.
You need a second.
Second.
Seconded. All right. So who can speak to this? Is this Jim?
This would be Eric.
Question of Parks Division. Here's the superintendent.
Eric? Anyway.
Thanks for rushing over. You were probably watching us on City Channel.
I was.
So, I have a couple of questions about this. Thanks for coming, Eric. The first is, just so I understand this correctly, are 4 golf courses currently only utilize, that is, sell brands that are under the Frank beer umbrella?
That's not correct.
Okay, so that's my first clarification. So your customers do have an opportunity to choose other brands besides the ones contained in this resolution?
We use all 3 main wholesalers, General, Frank, and the other ones.
Wisconsin distributors?
Yeah. All 3. There's no exclusivity to it.
Okay, great. So how come we only have one resolution for one of the three instead of all?
It's the only one that exceeds the threshold amount
Oh,
of goods.
I see.
50,000. It is our number one of the distributors. It's the only one that exceeds it. Under state law, as you're probably aware, the way we have to procure, I'm sorry? Sure. The way we have to procure beer, fermented malt beverages is through wholesalers. They have, they're tied to brands. We buy, we're not exclusive to any brand, we buy all kinds of brands, try to respond to customer demands. But the only one that exceeds 50,000 or is projected to and expenses this year is Frank.
The only other question I had is, and I checked the current legislative sessions, legislative agenda prepared by Nick Zavos, on behalf of the city, of course, and the issue that I've raised several times in this venue and perhaps elsewhere is trying to amend the state statute so that we can offer a full range of adult beverages that currently the state statute, chapter 125, precludes municipalities from doing. Have you ever had a conversation with the deputy mayor about trying to have the statute amended?
I've had multiple conversations with Deputy Mayor Zavos. He is intimately familiar with the concerns.
Could you perhaps reconnect with him and ask him to consider adding this to the city's legislative agenda? It seems like, compared to many other items on there, perhaps the legislative majorities might be more conducive to amending this statute, which is full of loopholes already and is already very disjointed. And
I will certainly follow up with Deputy Mayor Zavos.
I'd appreciate that. The other, I guess one last thing, has the division ever seriously considered, and I hate contracting out, you know that, but contracting out the food and beverage in the clubhouses, similar to what you do at Olbrich, for example, to deal with the statute and have a particular liquor license holder at Olbrich Botanical Gardens?
Given the state of the golf enterprise, we've contemplated all options. The concern of a caterer like at Olbrich or at Warner, where we use a catering permit or catering license, the concern of the golf courses is it would be splitting up the revenue because we're still going to need to be present to run the clubhouses from a golf side. And those people who would be there from a contract perspective are still going to need to be paid. And then there's also the fact that caterers generally aren't in the business of providing the kind of wraparound time service we would be looking for. They're peak demand, predictable kind of evening hours often. But we've looked at a lot of options. The only thing I would advise this body or the council on is to not go back to the prior model as was constructed. But other than that, there's a lot of options, and I think we'll have to consider them over the coming months.
The golf subcommittee actually has talked about catering operations and
The golf subcommittee's talked about a lot of things, yeah, including that.
thank you. I'm not arguing to go back to the pre-2013 days.
No, I certainly understand. I'm just going to make that clear that that was a far worse financial model than we have currently.
I appreciate it. Thanks very much, Eric.
Thank you.
I have a question.
Okay, go ahead, Alderman Kane.
Thank you. Is this time sensitive in terms
The
of,
mic is off.
Oh,
Maybe pick another mic.
not lighting up. You could get another one. There you go.
I want to specifically, you said that there were 3 other vendors that didn't rise. I don't know if you said 3 or 2 that didn't rise to the threshold of this dollar amount. Are there 2 or 3 others?
There are 3 main wholesalers. So the way liquor law works in the state of Wisconsin, we are selling alcohol to a customer on our premise. To do that, we can't go to Woodman's and buy the beer. We have to go to the wholesalers. The 3 main wholesalers, we have contracts with all 3 and have since we were in operation in 2013 when we took over clubhouse operations. The dollar amount is really tied to customer choice. It just so happens, because Frank has brands A, B, and C, we can't buy those from anyone else. It just so happens that Frank has the brands that our customers buy at a higher rate than the other two. But we have contracts with all three, and we definitely anticipate continuing to do so. Certainly to provide, again, it's really about customer service. We're trying to offer as many products as we can responsibly do and, have space for and not waste.
Okay, good, thank you, because that was one of my questions, it's a customer preference. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Further questions? Anybody? Deliberations on the item? Anything else? No? All right, so before we come to a vote, we have a house full of, people who are registered to speak on item, I think, item 20. It's only item 21 that has registrants. So if the committee is okay with, after this item, we do item 21 and then item 20. Because otherwise it's going to take a long time to get to item 20. And then I've been told by some elders that there are senior citizens who would like to speak and go home early. So if there's no problem, we'll proceed that way. Go ahead, Aldo.
I would suggest we vote on this item, and then we'll talk about the order of the agenda.
Okay,
So
sounds good.
I have another
Yep.
thought.
All right. Okay, all those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, say no. All right, item 4 passes. Aldo Vivier.
Thank you. So I very much support moving the issue of services for Southeastern elders up, given the large number of folks that wish to testify with us this afternoon. But several of the items I separated prior to item 20 should only take 1 or 2 minutes each, and I also feel for the city staff that otherwise these would have been on the consent agenda.
Okay.
So I'm wondering if my colleagues would consider allowing me to ask 1 or 2 questions each on items 5, 8, 10, 11, and then assuming, I don't know if 13 has more discussion. I only had 1 question on 13, but that's perhaps a bigger deal. Anyway, those items, I only really have 1 question on each of those items.
I mean,
So that's just another thought.
I'm okay with doing those items and then
Do we have to vote on that?
5, 8, 10, 11, and 13 you said, or 13 comes later?
I don't know if others have questions about 13. It's obviously a huge
Right.
issue, but probably not controversial.
All right. So how about we do 5, 8, 10, 11, and then 21 and 20, then pick up from 13 after 20? Does that work for everybody?
Thank you.
All right. Okay, so then we'll proceed. Alder McKinney?
No, I just wanted to make sure that we were carrying it through.
Okay, sounds good. Item number 5, legislative file number 54321. Can I get a motion?
Move adoption.
Second.
Seconded. Laura, are you?
Can you sit down there? What's up?
Well, I was going to say who's speaking on item 5.
Yeah.
Hi, Jamie and Michelle. Thanks for being here. I certainly don't object to the proposed settlement agreement, although I have to admit I'm not enthusiastic about it. This large facility is in my aldermanic district, and as you know, it's owned by an out-of-state corporation in Tennessee. The only reason why I separated this, so I wanted to hear from both of you, is because we saw on the last council agenda some claims filed for unfair taxation by a Twin Cities attorney on behalf of some other large property holders in the city. I'm just curious, is there other outstanding tax litigation in circuit court currently or in higher courts that we're involved in, or is this it, or do you have several pending cases or whatnot? So Jamie, you'd probably be the best to answer that, obviously.
Hi there, yes. We do have some other cases right now that are pending from prior 2017 years.
Do you know approximately how many or exactly how many?
I believe 3 currently?
So there are 3 currently in circuit court?
Correct, and I believe I think it's 3 including this one.
Oh, so just 2 others,
Correct.
but perhaps others
They're
on the way?
Yes, for the 2018 year, yes. If the claims are denied by the Madison Common Council, they do have the right to sue for the 2018 matters within 90 days of that.
What's this, what's the statutory deadline for filing the claim for 2018 assessments?
By January 31st?
Oh, so that's passed now.
Correct.
Do we know how many claims have actually been filed with the city?
I believe there was about 11 filed,
11.
I believe.
There were 11.
There are 11 exactly, Michelle.
There are.
Okay. I was just curious how many perhaps are in the pipeline. Is that more or less than average, would you say?
It's a few more than last year, I believe, than 2017.
In 2017 is when we hired the outside experts to look at these large commercial properties, correct, like hotels? I would think it would have been more following that. Or was that 2016?
There was, I'm not sure I follow you.
When all
Are
those.
you asking
when-
about
when
the
we-
reval of
When we
the-
reviewed the hotels in more detail and had outside consultants help us with that, and large student-oriented apartments, like the one before us now, wasn't that?
We did do a reval of a hotel,
Right, what year
in
was
the
that?
residential.
What tax year was that?
correct? That was 2016.
That was 16? Mm-hmm. And we haven't hired the normal?
We haven't hired anybody.
No, higher than
Higher than
normal.
normal number of claims in litigation as a result of the 2016 action, or did the Board of Review?
There were quite a few for 16 and 17, yes.
Okay, all right, thank you both very much. Oh, did you want
Sure,
to?
I was just going to say this year, out of the 11, I would say that 5 of them are procedurally inaccurate. So you're substantively not looking at that many claims.
Okay,
Does that make sense?
and one was holy, or I forget if they call themselves the Cathedral Parish, or the former St. Raphael Cathedral error, so that's one that's obviously
Correct.
not
Yes,
going to go to
that's-
circuit
Yeah,
court.
that was a error, yeah.
Right, that was a clerical error, right?
Solvable problem.
Yes.
Yeah, okay, thank you both.
Thank you.
Further questions, anybody? No? All right, well, thank you. All right, so we'll come, any deliberations, discussions on the item? All right, we'll come to a vote. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, say no. The item passes. We are now on item number 8, legislative file number 54532. Can I get a motion on item 8, please?
Move adoption.
Second.
Seconded. Is that Jim or Natalie?
It's probably Matt.
That's Matt.
All right.
Hi, Matt. I obviously, like with the other item, I very much support this. I just had a nagging question reviewing the resolution, and that is, have we had more success with, what are they calling themselves here? Trying to get the correct term. 910 Meyer LLC relating to the environmental studies that have been done on the property? Has the city had access to the environmental testing results?
We have not yet, but we are in the process of following up to see if we can get access to some of that information.
Is the property owner that we're assisting through this WEDIC grant application resistant, or are they working cooperatively with us in that regard?
They're definitely not resistant. Right now, the position that they're in is they've done some testing of the site, and they're in the process of working with the DNR and having discussions about what they've identified and what type of remediation may be needed. So they're in sort of those ongoing discussions with the DNR, which is typically what happens when a developer is completing environmental due diligence. At some point, that information, along with the remedial action plan, will become public. So at this point, I wouldn't call it resistance. It's just sort of the process that occurs.
And certainly if we're contemplating perhaps purchase of some of that property for future uses, they would give us clear access to the environmental.
Well, not only would they give us access, but we would likely have the right to do some additional testing on our own.
Prior to purchase.
Yes.
Okay, thanks very much.
Other questions, anybody? No? All right, well, thank you. Eva?
Just one
All
question.
okay?
And so having those additional tests that come up, this would not preclude the city's ability to do that kind of request, is that right? Because I know you don't know what you don't know, but going forward, there is nothing, if we act on this tonight, there is nothing to preclude the city from asking and requesting those additional checks and balances that we would need?
That's correct. And eventually, they will become publicly known. And the funds that are going to be used through this grant are on a different portion of the property than a portion that the city could be interested in. So they're two separate areas.
Good, thank you.
Other questions? Anybody? No? All right, well, thank you. Ma'am.
Thank you.
All right, any discussions on this? No? All right, so we'll come to a vote on item 8. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed say no. All right, the item passes. Now we're on item number 10, legislative file number 54443. Can I get a motion on item 10, please?
Suggest combining item 11 as well. They're somewhat related.
Is there any objection to combining item 10 and 11? They're so combined. Can I get a motion on the two items, please?
Move adoption of items 10 and 11.
Second? Right, seconded. Can Greg and speak to this?
So, as you folks know, usually we have you review your labor relations report for us. Given the large crowd here, perhaps we should not do that. Is there anything either one of you wish to point out in the labor relations manager's report? In particular, there is one blank in the MPPOA report that I wanted to ask you about. One blank.
What I would say about both contracts overall is that they're for a 4-year period, which is the first time we've negotiated longer-term contracts with both police and fire. We negotiated a longer-term contract with the Teamsters back in 2015 that expired in December of last year. So I would say that's the one thing I would point out of note. They're long-term contracts.
And on that point, was that the city's position, or was that the bargaining unit's
It was
interest?
kind of the dance we took and where we ended up, basically. I don't know that either side intended to have long-term contracts, but we ended up with long-term contracts.
And I know 311 took the lead on behalf of the public safety units here. Correct me if I'm wrong, that ended up in arbitration? Did we begin, we had mediation and then it did begin arbitration?
We were certified to go to our interest arbitration, correct? We were certified it didn't pass.
Did you want to say any more besides the length is double what it normally is for these units? Or?
I don't have anything to add.
Well, since I already mentioned it, why don't I jump to my question on the MPPOA Labor Relations Manager's Report, item G as in golf, has incomplete information in terms of the cost related to DSI, the Downtown Safety Initiative incentive. Do either of you or Laura perhaps have that financial information there?
So we weren't able to get the total number of hours of work for the DSI prior to today. We
You do not have
anticipated
that
it coming as an attachment in the fiscal note, but I don't see it in the fiscal note.
Do you have any further information, Laura?
Not on that particular item. That's something that we can cost out with the finance shop and PD and get back to the council before next Tuesday.
That'd be great. Thanks in advance to you and Betsy for doing that. And by the way, for my colleagues that aren't familiar, the Downtown Safety Initiative, as most of you probably know, is the police using overtime to have usually a significant number of officers working in the entertainment district close to campus downtown on Friday and Saturday nights. And for years, it's always been premium pay in that it's not straight time because they can't secure enough volunteers to work if it was just straight time pay. So there's already an incentive there with that. I was just curious how much more the additional incentive is. I presume that was it management or labor that proposed the DSI incentive?
It was a management proposal.
management.
Due to the issues that they've had in getting folks to sign up for that particular extra shift.
And then, obviously, in the out years, the proposed wage increases are somewhat eye-popping, to say the least, and I don't begrudge our public safety workers who literally put their lives on the line every day, so I don't want my comments to be misconstrued, but it is, quite significant. There was some criticism of our post-Act 10 increases when we reopened those collective bargaining agreements, and they weren't, am I correct? The numbers weren't as high as these are in the out years in terms of percentage increases?
Not the last 2 years. We surveyed the other major municipalities in the state, and the settlements were coming in between 2.5% and 3%. They've already secured cost savings from police and fire on healthcare, so they're settling for 2.5% to 3%. At the total cost.
Trouble listening.
Can
you
we
go to the
suspend
hallway?
business for a little bit? Because I'm not focusing on the testimony here, and so I think we need to, is it in order to suspend until we get this resolved? Because it is distracting.
Excuse me, y'all suspending the music because of me? If that's why y'all suspending this meeting? I would like to know, I ain't speaking, I want to know what's going on, I had a right to know what's going on, where y'all pass this money and these funds is going to, because we had a right to hire someone else. If I know that these two people right here, y'all finna get to, and that African motherfucker sit up there, that's some bullshit. Play with me right now. Let me hear what you got going on. I'm tired of here. I ain't supposed to say anything I want, we had a right to protest. If you tell me you won't stop me because I'm talking to my people, I'm not being loud.
Okay, thank you.
All right, so
So you were saying that you had surveyed other Wisconsin municipalities, and that's for both police and fire? For
We
both police and fire?
surveyed the other major municipalities. Their settlements were coming at 2.5% to 3%. They had already secured healthcare cost savings either through moving the public safety employees to the 88% of the premium cost or into the high deductible plan. When you look at the total wage package for police and fire in these agreements, it's about 2.8% each year. So while the last year is eye-popping, I agree, it overall averages out to less.
Barbara?
Forum. What you state.
Somebody go out there and take care of that, if you don't want the end result.
Apologies for the disruption. So, you contemplated my next question about health insurance. Obviously, we've well, I shouldn't say long, but for many years now, tried ensuring some equity among all city employees in terms of health insurance, and I think many of us are.
Sorry for interrupting y'all. I didn't want to slip on here. That's what I'm representing.
Thank you.
And I think, city employees are reminded during open season every year when your department.
Cut the cameras off so no distractions.
Open season when your department sends out the health information year for our employees, and the comp groups are kind of segregated, whether or not they still have collective bargaining rights or not. And it's, in my estimation, too bad that we couldn't deal with that, what I perceive as an equity issue amongst our workforce. Is it fair to say that management tried very hard to convince the two bargaining units to agree earlier to going to the 88% of the
Yes,
average?
we tried very hard. And the only way we were going to secure it earlier would be to go to interest arbitration, which would have delayed the process even more. we were confident that if we had gone to interest arbitration, we would have secured it. It would have just been substantially later in this year probably, or early 2020.
So you management perceives it as a victory that they did agree to it at the end, at the conclusion of the agreement year?
Yes.
Period. Have we begun discussions with Local 695 yet? You mentioned earlier that they're.
We have bargaining on Valentine's Day.
Oh, you begin on Thursday? Is that what you said?
We have bargaining on Valentine's Day.
And that's the first session?
No, it's our
Oh,
third session.
Okay.
Did you say local 6,000 or did you?
No, I said 695.
695.
Teamsters. Because obviously they still have the 100%.
They retained all bargaining rights.
Well, by 100%, I meant that they still have 100% of the lowest cost health
Correct.
insurance. So this obviously won't help your case, perhaps, with them.
We'll have to see where the bargain goes.
Yeah.
Aaron and I have discussed different strategies for that one, but we don't know in the end where we're going to end up. We may end up with a short-term contract, or we may end up with a longer-term deal.
The last thing I just wanted to ask all of you, and then I do think I have a question for Laura after this, was there a purposeful decision to kind of do away with the practice of having closed session updates for the Finance Committee on the status of your collective bargaining? You haven't visited with us in quite some time, and to my recollection, we haven't had a single session on MPPOA or Local 311 at this committee in closed session, did we?
No, we hadn't addressed you before today.
Was that deliberate or just,
I wouldn't say it was deliberate.
as you obviously recall, that's been the tradition, is that you do visit with us?
We have in the past.
Yeah.
I think anytime we're requested, obviously, we're happy to come and share where we are. Sometimes that bargaining is really slow, months on end without movement, and then you get quite a bit of movement relatively quickly. So we're happy to come at any point and update you all on the status of negotiations.
Well, I might not be on the committee after April, but just speaking for myself, I think I found it to be fruitful in the past, and so I would encourage you to visit with us on the status of Local 695's bargaining in the future.
Absolutely.
Okay. Thank you both. My just question for you, Laura, if you don't mind, is going to the fiscal note that I'm sure you worked on, is what was the general assumption in the 2019 adopted budget in terms of pay increases for generally for each of these bargaining units?
The wages in the 2019 budget assumed a 3.25% increase for all of 2019. So that assumption fully funds the proposed increase in both contracts for 2019.
And then on the flip side with health insurance, as you note in the fiscal note, that really was that amount of savings that we anticipated is, with that not being realized, we still have enough in the adopted budget.
Yep, I think the combination between having a little bit of room on the wage side plus people just making changes in terms of how they're enrolled will allow us to accommodate the fact that we assumed that they would be in the 88% plans and that they'll remain in the 100% plans.
Okay, thank you. Thanks, Laura.
No?
No, thank you.
Anybody else?
I have a question in terms of the recommendation that, so it was a recommendation that Alder said that you come back before the Finance Committee, whoever's on the Finance Committee, to make that report as you've been done annually. And so I want to make sure that that goes on the record to officially request that you come back and make that updated report. And if it's in closed session. I want to make sure that that goes on the record and that happens.
Yep.
Thank you.
All right, sounds good. Other question?
Appreciate that. I do appreciate that.
All right, thank you.
Next time.
Discussions on the subject?
Dude, we have a little fun, man. We humans, man. Stop with it. I'm sorry. I was just laughing. I was like, talk to you. I'm gonna talk to you.
Okay, discussions on the item? No? All right, we'll come to a vote on item 10 and 11. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed say no. All right, the two item passes. So now, all the people at the committee actually.
Do any of my colleagues have questions on item 13? Jean, were you and Stacy presuming a presentation or no?
We don't have a presentation.
Okay, good. Well, we'll just hold off before you come forward.
I'm okay.
I have one
It
question.
looks like it's going fast. So
You're
Okay.
on 13? Or no?
We don't have a motion yet.
Do you want
Yeah.
to proceed, and with apologies to those that are here
yeah.
for item 20? I just had one.
Yep. So we'll just do item 13 and then go to item 21 and 20. So apologies again for changing the order of the items. Go ahead with your motion, Aldo Rivera.
I'll move adoption of item 13.
Seconded. All right.
So the main thing I wanted to do was have Stacy introduce herself, because I don't believe, Stacy, you've had the opportunity to be before the Finance Committee since you began working as the city's first sustainability coordinator in November.
Yes.
So I thought you could just take a few seconds and introduce yourself, since it's an exciting new
You bet.
position for us.
You bet. Thank you for having me here tonight. So, yeah, my name is Stacey Reese. I'm the new Sustainability Program Coordinator for the City of Madison. I started the first week of November, but prior to that, I sat on the Sustainable Madison Committee as a resident member, working directly with this 100% renewable Madison report.
All right. Thank you.
Yeah.
So thank you. As I said earlier, when we were discussing whether or not to take this item up in order, this obviously is a big deal, a big time topic, to say the least. The report that our consultants, supplied us, so at the end of last year, if I remember correctly, was, actually it says November right here. So, is very impressive. The only question I had, and again, besides introducing Stacy, was it wasn't clear from the legislative history if the Sustainable Madison Committee, through their very lengthy discussions and deliberations on the report, had a unanimous vote in terms of, or recommendation in terms of following scenario 3. Was that recommendation from Sustainable Madison unanimous?
So at the January meeting of the SMC, the report and the resolution before you was before the SMC in draft form. And that the committee approved both the resolution and the plan at that meeting. Then subsequently, the resolution was sent to various alders for aldermanic support for introduction at the meeting, the council meeting, February 5th? Was that the council meeting? So now it's out for referral to a number of different committees, and we hope to have it back to council in March for adoption.
And again, specifically what I was curious about is the discussions in SMC, the Sustainable Madison
Yep.
Committee, for those that aren't following along the acronyms here. Did they unanimously recommend
Unanimously.
scenario 3, or was
Unanimously.
there are some members that supported other scenarios 1 or 2?
No, it was unanimous. Obviously, there's 18 members on the SMC. 3 of them are alternates, so we have a 15-member committee. Not all were present at the January meeting, but the members that were present, it was a unanimous vote. I will say that the SMC has talked about this plan for a very long time, and I think the January meeting was a culmination of a lot of work, and I think everyone is not only unanimously supporting it, but also very excited about the potential projects that will come from this report.
Very good. Well, thank you both very much, and again, belated welcome to you, Stacy.
Thank you.
Further questions? No, thank you. All right. Discussion on the item? No? All right, we'll come to a vote on item 13. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed say no. Right, so now we want to go to 21, or we just want to go down? How many questions do you have on this?
Rob is city engineering present? I don't see where Rob, oh yeah, there you are, Janet. Could we just do one, sneak in one, last one, and that's, I would move adoption of agenda items 16 and 17, which are related. And then I promise I'll not proceed to Judge Doyle and let us go right to 20.
So who's speaking to this item?
Janet, apparently. I saw Rob earlier, but I don't see Rob anymore. Okay. Oh, well, just go ahead. Welcome. Thanks for being here, Janet.
Hi.
My only question was, could you update us quickly on the status of our FEMA application? Have we indeed applied, or did you need this resolution to move forward? The one, item 17, that you were the author of, did you need that to move forward?
Certainly.
So what the status is with FEMA's
Sure.
reimbursements?
So we actually had a meeting today, and Laura was part of that meeting. We met with our FEMA representatives to talk about the process. So as part of that, we need to have this resolution passed, which authorizes us to enter into basically sign the agreement for the assurances with FEMA in order to proceed with the reimbursement process. So part of the document asks us to indemnify the military affairs and Wisconsin emergency management, and that requires a council resolution to do so. So we're working with them right now. We have our 60-day window to prepare some documentation for them, and then we're going to continue on with the reimbursement process after that.
Is the figure pretty much the very detailed list that it goes with item 16 on our agenda tonight? That long list of operating and capital expenses, is that pretty much set, and that's indeed what we're applying to FEMA for, to the dollar, or have we not settled on the exact figure?
So Rob had to actually leave for something else. He asked me to quickly try to cover this item for him. So that was under the emergency declaration. So there's over $1 million in operating costs, and then also I think it was $550,000 worth of capital costs. So those were the dollars spent under the emergency declaration that we are looking to close. But all those are reimbursable costs that we're hoping to get covered by FEMA.
So the amount in that resolution is what we will be applying for?
We will actually be applying for a lot more than that. So that was just under the emergency declaration. But there's also things such as like all the costs for sandbagging. We have a bunch of repairs that haven't been completed yet. So there's probably more like, I would say probably more like almost $4 million worth of capital costs that we're hoping to get reimbursed for.
Oh, okay. Well, that's a significantly higher number than what's in the fiscal note, which is a little over $1 million. So you're saying it's in excess of $4 million we'll be applying for with FEMA ultimately?
We documented the cost that when we did an initial review of damages to the public, and we did estimates based on that, and it is almost $4 million based on the original estimates back in September that we pulled together. So all those we'll be asking for reimbursements for, and that includes like sandbagging efforts, debris removal, all costs for damaged equipment, like fire trucks and buses and things like that.
Well, very interesting, because again, the fiscal note is so detailed, I just assume that it even covers the city attorney's staff time. I figured that this was all inclusive, but it really isn't.
I'm pretty sure that's just for the emergency declaration portion of the that we're trying to close right now. So the city had to issue an emergency.
Right.
Right, and those are the funds that was used under that emergency. Anything that was attributed, and Laura, if I'm misspeaking.
But the operating costs wouldn't be under that emergency, would they, like the legal advice?
So
understand.
in the days when the event was happening, we set up the mechanisms to track all costs associated with the flood response. And so all city staff who spent time during that period working on flood response charged directly to a project so we could track these costs. So the $1 million, just over $1 million that's referenced in the fiscal note, those are the costs that we actually incurred to date against that project. The biggest share of that was staff time, and then there was lease of equipment and whatnot. And then what Janet is referencing is that not only are we able to seek reimbursement for the actual costs that we incurred, we're also able to, we have inventoried all of the damage that is outstanding where we might not have incurred the costs yet because we haven't done the repair. And so that's what we're working through with FEMA right now, is going through that inventory and refining those numbers, and then that will be the final amount that we apply for.
Oh, I see. Very good. Yeah, so that, yeah. I think that's a big deal, because, for example, the article in the State Journal only referenced the numbers in this fiscal note, so we're really perhaps being reimbursed by the federal government for, you know, 3/4 more than the amount that was publicly reported.
Yeah.
So, yeah, what Laura was referring to is that we set up a separate account that we could all charge to at that time. And now, since the Public Works emergency is closing, we'll be, you know, completing the rest of the work, but it'll be with projects that are set up or, you know, under, you know, work orders or something that's set up in the system, but not using that specific number.
And we're not certain that we'll be reimbursed for all of the $1 million. Like, there's certain activities that will be eligible and won't be, but we're able to say these were the direct costs that we incurred while the event was taking place.
Very good. Thank you both.
Right, thank you.
Other questions? No? Discussion on the item? Thank you. No? All right, we'll come to a vote on items 16 and 17. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed say no. All right, those item passes. So I guess then we'll just do item 19 and then go in order that way, now that we have only one item left.
Pardon me?
Or you could go to 20.
Yeah, with apologies to George and Natalie. Natalie probably was staying for the other items anyway. So with apologies mainly to George, I think we should proceed to item 20 at this time. We've
Item 20?
kept the folks here for that item waiting, I think, long enough, and I apologize to them for.
How long do you think item 19 will take?
You do want to do 19? In
How
order?
long?
I just assumed it would take a lot of discussion. If you all don't, if there's not going to be a lot of discussion on Judge Doyle Square, I don't object to taking it up now, but I thought there'd be a lot of is there not going to be discussion on Judge Doyle Square?
I don't know.
Oh,
There will be discussion.
Huh? There will be? All right, so then we'll pick up item 21?
yeah, that's 20.
20?
20 is what the everyone is here for.
Okay, so can I get a motion on item 20, which is legislative file number 5422?
To get us going, I would move adoption of item 20.
Okay? Seconded. So, item 20, we have a good number of people who registered. So my understanding is that Anisu, Barbara? No?
I'm sorry?
Are you good?
Yes, I was confused because I thought we were taking up 21, but I'm good, I'm clear,
Okay.
I'm flat.
All right. So the first registrant who is Roger Gams, and Roger opposes item 20. Roger? Rogers, I think, and Rowan, also Anne, want to speak together, so the three of you can come forward.
So I'm a psychologist that works out of the Cambodian temple with survivors of the Cambodian Holocaust. It took years to learn how to get these people better, but we learned, and we have had a program going there for 28 years. And I want to tell you a little bit about what it takes to get better, because our patients were in the Cambodian Holocaust. While they were working as slave laborers under brutal conditions, 2 million of their compatriots died. Those that were in the caves were in the slave camps, were worked as slaves, starved, beaten, brutalized, and terrified. They spent 3 years thinking that was the day they'd die. This sort of thing really changes your nervous system. It's really difficult to heal. This is called complex PTSD. Years of being terrorized teaches the nervous system to react as if everything is a threat. It takes a lot to change that. I think it takes more than talk therapy and more than medicine to change that. And so our program at the Temple incorporates the traditions and the wisdom, I guess, of the Cambodian culture. And our group meets there. They're Cambodians. Our monks talk with people. We have a ceremony with chanting. We have a meal together. And joining in this is as healing as Western medicine, because these terrorized survivors kind of resign from the human race. They kind of give up and they hide out. And so drawing them back in, giving them some meaningful relationships and some purpose in helping us build the temple, this is very healing. And I don't think now I'm just talking about the Cambodians here, a fifth the size of the Hmong population, but I suspect this is true of the Hmong too. But it takes more than just a little talk therapy. Some cognitive behavioral therapy is the current kind of popular kind, and some medicine to recover from something that's destroyed your sense of rightness, your sense of belonging, your sense of humanity. And it takes these traditions and these old ways of healing, in addition to modern medicine, to get people that have been this traumatized better. And so I'm asking you to help us out. Help us keep this going. It takes years, but I think we can really help people.
Your time is up. Are you speaking for all of you, or each of you is going to speak?
If I'm talking too much, I'll turn it over to...
All right, so the next person, you have 3 minutes, please.
Well, my name is Ruan Sod. I was the boarder of the Cambodian Temple in the state of Wisconsin. For 35 years that I was, no Raja was helping all heal Cambodia people. Who doesn't speak English, who sick, who helping them, old people to helping. Like Raja was a group of helping Cambodia was in 1990. So, but right now, I want him to get going on the same way, to help Cambodia, to have temple include the people that doesn't speak English. So he can help heal all people that they knew that when they had in Cambodia was too much killing in 1975. So right now we had community, we had a temple, we had monk, pray, heal, to help those people. So tonight I just come to let you helping him to grow back up the community back. Thank you.
Thank you. Next.
My name is Ann Garden, and I've been working with Dr. Garm since the early 90s with the survivors of the Khmer Rouge genocide. It took us several years to develop a program that could help these people to heal and at the same time be congruent with the best practices of psychotherapy. We operate the program at the Cambodian Buddhist Temple in order to take advantage of the healing factors of the religion and the Cambodian culture. We have the trust of the Cambodian people, of the monks, of the board of directors. We intend to continue this work, and we ask that the city support it. We estimate that with $30,000, we could pay translators and have transportation for this program for 2019. And we are asking for this money from the city's funds that you have available. Considering that the county has already made several $100,000 available to Anesis for development of this very kind of program, we think the city's money would be better spent on a program that has a good record and that's already in operation from the Cambodian community. If it's not possible to allocate this money directly, we ask that we be allowed to complete by proposal. A request for proposal would not cause any delay in services to the Cambodian because we have not ceased to provide services in spite of the fact that Journey stopped the Southeast Asian program back in September. So in conclusion, we ask that the city of Madison stand by us and the Cambodian community.
All right, thank you. The next registrant is May Vo. And May opposes also.
Good evening.
Good evening.
I am here on the behalf of the Lee clan. I am a clan leader, and we have 8 individuals who attend the Southeast Asian Healing Center to receive their treatment. And I oppose what the mayor has suggested. I want this to go into RFP. I am also a child of immigrants and refugees, so I understand the trauma that they all go through. And it's critical that they receive the service that they deserve. That's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you. The next registrant who is also opposed is Du Tiano. Du?
I'm just keeping her company.
Dù đã nạp thọ nông na của tuần đã no y họ của một số cái nhiều xe ni cái ba lò rồi đỡ về lú rò cho nó cho uốn để no.
Hello, my name is Du Danatao. The reason why I'm here is I do have a concern regarding to the things that are happening in our community.
Vì bây giờ tôi hay ý rồi đó là bây giờ tôi bỏ cho cái ba lò rồi bây giờ nó bây giờ nó số một cái đó là bây giờ sản nghiệp công cô bây giờ lâu tôi tan thon nó ya bây giờ đi bây lú chế cá xe ít chữ bây mù bây giờ cái nhiều xe đó.
We had met before and we talked about this issue, but I saw that no action was taken. And now we still don't have any place to go and to rest or to relieve stress and the the issues that we are struggling today, and we have not had any success or we have not seen any progress yet.
但是呢，被我妈问见我给牛些呢，出牛些打理，但是为做给人呢，去八节都不要去动了那样的，贴头做那叫那叫我说那自己些。
Because our depression, because our issue with mental issues, we take medication every day, And because this issue has not resolved and we don't have a place to go and relieve our depressions, and without any service, I don't know how much longer will we have left to live with you.
vì cho họ bé cho chị tu 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 cho ta ta xin nó là cho bé lo tên mình tụm nhỏ chỉ ba bé thì bé như xe cần ngồi đi nên nó hiện nay chỉ ba thì để rồi bé giờ chỉ tao nó nên nhận đấy rồi lu dây lu rõ nó nữa.
Because our husband died in the war and we are a surviving widow, and now we are struggling with mental health, and our kids are so busy, they don't have time to help us. And we struggle every day, and we don't have a place to go relief or to go help with our depression. And I don't know how much longer we can go on like this.
Từ tàu tôi hành đấy nè từ bao cho cái nhiều xe bé tiếng gà bé cho chị cho tha hạ tôi số này ta vì đó họ lo đâu mà chỉ chỗ lúc lì nó là bé chỉ mà cho cái ba họ từ cái bé chỉ mua lúc cô cái xe và lấy ít chữ ba bé bé thì một số xe nhau cho nó.
So we've been through this before. We proved to you that our husband are with the CIA, and it's been 5 to 6 months now, and we have not seen any progress.
More minutes.
And we have no place to go and manage our mental health status. And at this point, we don't know how much longer we can go on.
Cú giờ số xe cú từ trả tới tôi rồi tới chỗ nó cú giờ này hay năng nhân tôi quan này xã ta nên nó này có cú trả tới có cú sai đâu trong nó chưa lo cú nhưng sai nó này thì xì họ nói cho cú thằng cái ba là nó này cho nó cho chứ nè.
I am grateful to become a United States citizen, and I have raised my hand to become a citizen of this country. And now I need your help. I need the government's help to fund this service so we can get this service to manage our mental health issues. And I'm looking forward that you will take this into consideration and decide to move forward and help our program.
Cú sát họ thì rồi này bắt đầu thay bé cho đua bé thì tàu tôi hay nó đầu rồi đó thì thế rồi này bỏ bé cho đua thì bé cho nhỉ đi cha thì cú lo lúc cơ thì và cú mua lên nó rồi này sẽ đâu chứ.
I just want to ask if each of the council member to see if you have taken our picture and to see if you remember how much we struggle. And just want to let you know that we are still struggling, and I want to, again, reiterate the importance of this service for our community. And this is my final word.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
The next registrant is Zoha.
Do you have a last name?
Ha, H-E-R.
Joa Cha.
The first name is X-A-O. Last name is H-E-R. She also opposes.
My name is Xiao He. I'm here to meet everyone. I look to you, the city official, the council member, as my parents.
Say là bộ đặc bộ là meeting ta nó bên tu chua bên đi cho bỏ lỡ sư.
To see if you still remember, every time you guys have a meeting, we all show up. And as you can see, every one of us are elderly.
Mà tu chỉ tự phụ mua tu mong trả mua giờ tí khó kiện nhau xem.
As you can see, many of us have a handicap, have mental issue, and it's all part of our struggle, our depressions.
Mà xã có ở chỗ nó cho chú lời cho nhẹ cho gì xã có bỏ bé cho kế cho nhẹ nhau xem.
I just want you to see what we are struggling and to see what we are going through and carefully considering the program to us.
Mà bé ta bé lu cái xe bông bé chỉ mà cái xe là bé nhỏ tọt chế y nô đại lý yên thị đại lý illusion.
With the fall of our cashier house, now we don't have a place to call home. And we reside in our home, and one day it seems so long, like 1 week. And with that, we struggle with depression, and that's very hard to go through.
Khó ta chỉ nó của tôi nó mà của tôi thọ cho nhẹ cho chỉ có bé muốn chơi nhỏ muốn chơi gì.
The reason why I'm here tonight is to ask for the Common Council consideration to help fund our program so that we have a place to go to call home to relieve our stress and our depressions.
Mà thọ thì tiền có sợ đồ bỏ bố hay tiền bây giờ nhỉ không định trả.
Just want to let you know and carefully considering and see what our struggle is and the hard time that we are going through, please.
Mà thọ thì tiền lỡ hoặc thì dùng xã có bỏ bé cho kế bé giờ nhỉ.
I beg you to see the struggle that we are going through, and please considering to help fund our programs, to see our struggles.
Mà có thọ ta lọ lỡ bé mua nhẹ nên mua qua nhẹ tôi cho bé ta chỉ tôi chỉ cho bé nên mỗi người tu nên một câu lỡ.
You promised us a fund to fund our program, but it never reached us. Somebody intercepted, and we never saw that funds.
Mà tung nhiên ta lọ chỉ cho bé lì rồi lung bé lọ thứ nhẹ cho đồ từ lỡ.
We heard of the funds, but we never see it. We never get hold of it, and we don't know where the fund is.
Mà ta lĩnh đó nữ có thọ lỡ ba số có nhân gia nun trái của xã mà trong này bé chỉ chân tớ bé trục cô rồi.
So I'm asking you to make a fair judgment because, as you can see, we are elderly and we have a language barrier. We don't speak any English. We don't know any documents. And all I ask is for you to do a fair judgment.
Do chỉ ba bé thì tia
bây giờ nè lo nó chơi cơ ino anu tuổi tụ mù ino anu tuổi tụ mù sư.
If we don't have this fund to help our program, as you can see, we have our handicapped and our elderly, and we struggle, and one by one, we're gonna pass away.
Mà thọ thì tia
I beg you, please.
lỡ nè ba sa có bỏ bé cho kỹ cho nhẹ bé tê tu chừng chen tê tu tư mù kệ chỉ chen.
Please see our needs, our struggle. As you can see, most of us struggle. Like myself, I'm very shaky. I have a disease that I can't even brace myself. I can't even walk right. And without this fund to help this program, I don't know how much time I have left.
Mà do nên chỉ ba bé tia ya nó thọ tia nó tia nó chạy tia chỉ ba bé cả bé tao kỹ mù gì vậy cơ tua hậu.
So that's the end of our time. You can interpret.
Oh, yeah. And again, if you don't help us, we, as you can see, we are struggling, and if we stay home any longer, I don't know how much longer we can take.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker who is also opposed is C. Lee.
A point of order. Mr. President, with the greatest amount of compassion, and we have a limit for individuals to speak. Either we suspend our rules because we want to be consistent. We don't want to give someone 6 minutes and then someone 3. And so we really do need to be compassionate, but we need to make sure that we're setting how we're going to be moving forward. And so I need you to ask.
If there's no interpreting, everybody's getting 3 minutes. If there's interpreting, everybody's getting 6 minutes. Yeah. All right, so Laura is going to read the letter. Are you going to interpret it?
Sure.
Do you want me to come sit by you?
Oh, okay.
Is it
Oh, sure,
easier-
yeah.
Is it easier if I come sit by you, if I'm going to read?
Oh,
Or-
go ahead, yes.
Okay. Hello, my name is Z Lee. And I am one of the clients from the former Kashia House. who Received services for over 20 years. Thank you. I am happy to come back to see you, all the city officials and the leaders. I have suffered with stress and depressed. I have come to ask you to fund our programs and to support our programs. Last year, we have lost our programs. Dua, who was the founder of Kashia House, have helped me and others for the last 20 years because myself and many of my peers have mental health illness and/or PTSD and needs mental health services, and the former Kashia House have helped us. We have seen and knew that former Kashia House have helped us and have helped provide mental health services to help us stay better.
Chế bây giờ bỏ tàu hay tiề tu thơ chữ lu cái xe côn đỡ yan chùa nếu cú yo ít tu ba bê hàng thia nếu mua cái đỡ bê cho cái nhau xe đầu tràn đầu dạng.
Live better and function better in our own home and in the community.
Bê cú mua cái xe nhau tàu va tàu chế thiên trò trâu lu dễ lu rõ.
The person who said she loves, cares, and has compassion for the elderly and wants to help us to get our programs back.
Nếu yo ít tu nếu lu bê cho lầu thia nếu yo mua lu xe đỡ bầu nếu yên xã ua tu chun tu thơ chun ở lò ba bê cho lầu bê xã cọ nếu yo tu lò chư bê cho lầu lò cho bê cho lầu mù ya tận đây.
And to help us find money to continue our programs.
Thiên nếu yo tu yo lần thiên nhiên chia lò ba bê lu chế cái xe nằm mù rồi ya tận đây.
Her mouth said she loves, cares, and has compassion for us.
Nếu cú hải đồ bê thì bê yên bao trăng hay tiề nếu yên yo ít tu yên lu bê cho lầu tiề.
But this person is not honest and not loyal and has lied to us.
Đó là thật sự ya nếu thà lên nếu nhận lên đó chơi cú thầy chỉ ra là đó là mà con nếu nhận nó chơi nếu hay cho hay tiề tụi tin năng tỏ cả là nếu họ tua ba bê cho lầu đó là nếu chơi nếu yo sai yo xua bê nó đó là mà xử lý tụi tin năng là nếu họ đạt được bê lại.
We, the elderly, who are the one to come and ask you for this funded program to continue.
Chế bê cho lầu nụ nó bê tua nó chế bê sẽ đợi tua thọ này cho nó cho chứ còn này họ ba nhé trò bê cho cái ba chỗ nó còn họ chịu sĩ mù rồi ya tận đây.
This fund should follow us, the elderly, wherever we go.
Bao nhiêu tiền nó nữ yo trở bê cho lầu trở tiệp bê một cái từ nó xa cọ này cho nó cho chứ mua bao nhiêu nó trở bê cho lầu.
If she loves, cares, and has compassion, like she said, then why she wrote a letter, told us not to go to the multicultural center.
Tu sai nó nữ hay tiền nữ lúc bê thia nữ yo sai sửa bê nó thia. Đó là vì lý do nữa sau ý chân tới đồ bê hay tiề chỉ bút bê mù tỏ lu chế một thái khổ trở lời nó.
I don't know if the letter and certain person shouldn't go or not allowed certain person to go back to the multicultural center.
Chế chân tới nữ sau nó đồ bê chế chỉ bao hay tiề nữ chỉ bút càng lăng một sư loại là nữ chỉ bút bê cho lò mù tàn trò tỏ nữ lu chế một thái khổ trở tỏ lời.
Not for all, but she kept the person we trust and the person who has helped and provided services to us for the last 20 years.
Chế vì hay tiề nữ cú mua bê tụ thơ và sai sửa bê tàu năng够tới xong nó nếu cứ tàu mua bê tụ thơ nó chế lời chế tại vì nó bê thiệt chỉ mua tụ thơ nó là mù chứ là do sai sửa bê cho lâu lợi.
Of course, we don't want to go to her programs. We don't trust her because she lied to us and she was dishonest to us and to herself.
Vì hệ tiề nữ chính nhân chẳng đâu bê cho lâu do lý nó tại vì nó bê cho lâu thiệt chỉ xế hệ tiề bây giờ chỉ mù tỏ nữ lúc con hậu vì hệ tiề nữ đa cho bê lợi.
We only follow the person who we have known for over 20 years.
Tại vì nó chế bây giờ trở tụ tin năng và bây ý dựng rằng thế nữ cho tàu bây là một trong năng cầu lúc xong nó lợi sư.
Why do we have to follow or stay with someone we don't know and recognize as my boss or our boss or someone who is the person in charge of the former Kashia house?
Do vì lý do bây thì cho tàu tụ tin năng và bây họ chỉ tàu rằng xe thia nữ chỉ tàu cho bây đùa là một thia nửa tí chỉ tàu ya tụ chữ bê lò nửa lúc chế cô ca xia.
We come to ask for your support and help us, and you are the city officials and leaders.
Bê tua nô nọ bê tua thọ kế ba lò nửa nê cho nó cho chữ thia cho chữ dây chữ rò chữ lu rò hậu nọ.
You, the ones who make the decisions, and you should fund the money to us, and the money should be for us and follow us wherever we go to an organization that we go and we want to receive services from.
Bê tua thọ nê có nê ya cho chia chỉ cho bao nhiêu tiền nó thọ có nê mua bao nhiêu tiền nó cho lúc còn hậu là ya tiệt tụ tin năng và ye li tiệt bê cho lâu nữ nhưng bê nhưng bao tiệt nữ ya sai sửa bê tiệt tiền nó.
I want you, the city officials and leaders, you have known our programs have been existing in this country for over 20 years. And we as the elderly think that the money should be our money.
Chế bê sau chân tận nó tua khi đồ này cho nó chữ hay tiền này cho chữ lúc rồi nó làm cha tàu năng够xong lợi. Họ có này họ xã thiê họ chế chỉ hay tiền bao nhiêu nó chỉ họ lên từ li xã có mua bao nhiêu nó là cho bê cho lầu là một ba bê cho lầu.
Honestly, we as the elderly people believe that this money should be ours and we have every right to receive this money.
Bây giờ lầu bây giờ là yên chân tàu hay tiệt bao nhiêu tiền nó chỉ hay tiệt lên từ bao nhưng giờ bây giờ lầu bao luôn tiệt bây giờ lầu nó giờ li tiệt bây chứ chỉ mua chơi một họ tư lợi bao nhiêu nó là yêu chủ mua là ba rồi bây giờ lầu.
And you should fund our program so we have a place to go and a place we can call a second home.
Thọ còn nè họ ở tí rong xa mua cho nhiều tiền nó là ba rồi bây giờ lầu có bây mua ít họ chờ hay tiệt bây mù thầu này bây lúc chế nó bây thiệt tàu mù nhỏ hay tiệt giờ bây lúc chế thiệt nó.
I want to ask you this. Do you see any of the Hmong, Kashia, or Anesis people here to ask you to fund their programs?
我哋呢古神能呢就嗱我主呢呢伯伯來碌共後多堂呢來一啲講呢後乜嘢冇巴到來啲伯伯嚟讀多堂呢啲來一呢伯貝斯。
No, you don't see any of these people here tonight or the week before, or you don't see any of them in October of last year.
即呀只伯呢呢只伯有啲能係來係啲來有多邊咯。 นี่จีบอเลยลูกอันที่ตลอดลูกเอชิตาตลอดนอเทียเท่าลูกเกาหลีเดอใจนอลอนี่ยังจีบอเลยตัวเนี่ย
You see us. Do you recognize any of our faces? And I want you to take a long look at my face and our faces tonight.
เจนี่จีบอเป้ซื้อนี่เป็นเป้าให้เดียเป้ลุ้นใจมวยตรงนี้จ้า cụ thọ này cho nó chứ còn nếu ở tí rong rìa bé cho lầu nếu chưa bé cho lầu hay tiệp bé luôn trên mọi rong lý trả thiệp bé cho cái giờ nhẹ lý trả.
And please look at the video, your records on October 2018 until now.
Vậy thiệp thọ còn nếu họ muốn sai đại video thảo lưu cầu lý ở phá cầu nhìn đó thiệp là cho tôi tại xin nó.
All right, thank you. The next registrant is Dua Vang. The next person will be Vang Chang Vang.
Vang Chang. Thank you. My name is Ndua Vang, and I'm the former Kishi House manager at the Journey Mental Center. It's good evening tonight, but I'm sad. I'm very sad that not because people are being saying bad things about me or tell you a true story. But I'm sad because people think that our Southeast Asian elders do not know what is best for them, what's good for them, or they don't know what they want just because they cannot speak English. It is sad that we do not give our elders chance to speak or to say what they want. And we do not listen to them, just like the lady who just spoke and then wrote the letter because she cannot speak English. I'm assuming that probably she asked one of her daughters to write the letter to you. And it is sad that decision was made without our elders' involvement or participation. It is sad that we believe that they were manipulated or forced or coerced to do things that they do not want to. Again, because they do not speak English. I'm here today to tell you that our elders are very smart. They are role models. They are the survivor of the killing field in Cambodia. They are the survivor of the Vietnam War in Laos. They are survivor of the secret war in Laos, a country that was the heaviest bombed in the world. Please keep in mind that if they are not smart, they will not be able to rescue downed American in Laos or during the Vietnam War. If they were not smart, they will not be able to lead their family cross mountains, jungle, Laos or Cambodia, and crossing the Mekong rivers to safety and here in the United States. I'm here today to ask you to stop listening to rumors or untrue story about them or me or, people telling you story instead of the individual elders like the lady who just spoke here. She's the one that you should listen to. Your decision today or tonight will impact their lives. Your decision will change their lives. Your decision will make a difference in their lives. Please listen to them and make your decision wisely, and do not give the money to Anise or Hmong Institute because they do not serve these elders. And I'm here opposing the giving money to Anise. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Next speaker is Wang Chang Wang, and then Wang Chang Wang also opposes. The next person is Dear Vine.
ในนามกุยประธานประจงว่า
First and foremost, just want to let you know that I'm the president of Wisconsin Hmong Station, Vatongva.
นุ่งนากุตัวคณะยาวีเป็นมุมจีเต็งเมง between กาเชียเท่ามายาลินากุยา to improve เทพิจงคณะกรรมการยิ่งปอหาเตียจอนเนี่ยจอจีจอตอเกจอนเนี่ยซาก็เลยป้า
First of all, the reason why I'm here is because I express a concern that we have among our community with the Kashia House. And I'm here to ask for the Common Council help.
ตัวข้าเป็นกองหอ Wisconsin Hmong Association เป็นยาตัวตลาดจงมุ่งยาเจ้าแดงเข้าดีนะยาชีพาปลอบปัวยี่เจ้าแรงยาเจ้านะมาเปียกองหอยาตูจูทันทอมาเปียปอแต่จะลอยยังมาเกจเนี่ยถ้าก็จะนอนจะจูเลยจะคณะกรรมการตัวเนี่ยเลยป้าเก๊ไข่หรือเป๊ะเจนจะซี
Just want to let you know that we are the Wisconsin Hmong Station, and we hold the community in Madison, and we have a total Hmong member of 5,480 member, and we're here to ask for the Common Council to help with our community.
กูตัวคณะยาตัว improve เราจะคณะกรรมการเสียสีน้องนอฮาเดียขอไปตัวนอจะเนี่ยจะจีเทียโฟมดกาเชสเฮาไปยิงเป้าจังเทปอมมังเตียเลยยาลูปาไปจะเนี่ยจะจีละเลยว่าที่เกเชียเตียเลยจอนอจะชูเลียจอคณะกรรมการตัวเนี่ยน้องนอเนี่ยแก้ไขเรากูจีนึกมอง
We are here to ask for support, and we also see the struggle of our community. And we are sure and we have seen that former Kashia House is the rightful program to continue to support of elderly in our community.
เราได้มูลเป้ยิงป่อหาเดียเนี่ยเขารู้แดงเข้าดีนอย่ามัวเป้จ่อจ่อหล่อชื่อเป้จะนึงมองเทียจะนึงขมิ้นเป้ที่จิมัวตั้งเมืองโตจ่อหน่อชื่อเทียจิมัวตั้งเมืองโตเลยอย่าอย่าหน่อทอก่อนเลยป้ารู้เป้จ่อหล่อ
And we see that in Dane County, we have our community leader who oversees our community, our Hmong members, and also the Khmer community. We have our own community leader to govern our people so that everybody will live in peace and harmony.
กูรู้ไม่น่าซื้อกูว่าที่เจเชียเดียน้องนอจะหน่อจะจุเลียจะกรรมการตัวเนี่ยน้องนอนี่แก้ไขปูตัวกูเจนมอง
In closing, this is all I have, and I'm here to ask you for consideration to fund our Hmong people and their programs for our community. Thank you.
Thank you.
Watch out.
Thank you. The next registrant who opposes also is Dia. Zia. Oh. Alright, the next registrant is Savan Cham.
Trong cái kia dây rộng. Trong cái kia của tôi nó bóng. Nhớ rong cho nó cho chứ cho nó cho ua.
Good evening, elected officials.
Cú luôn bề hùa địa xong.
My name is Dia Xiong.
Nó nó tuần chỉ này sát thọ.
I'm very delighted to meet you all tonight. I would like to express some of my concern. We have been depressed quite a bit regarding the cashier program.
Bây rong xe chả cho cơ nữa cho li danh kia bây cho nhẹ cho một tuổi nữa cho li khi nữa ilu nó mà bây chỉ xe hẳn.
Ever since the closing of Cashier House last year, we all have been working very hard trying to bring together and reopen the Cashier House. But it seems like we have been betrayed because the person that we trust the most has betrayed us.
Tôi năng đỡ nếu chính gia nếu lúc xếp phê nếu sản nọ bê nếu sản cổ bê chỉ nếu đa hay nếu bá thì chỉ cho cơ sai rõ lại là chỉ nếu li mù danh kia.
The person we feel has been distrust, someone has been taking advantage of us.
Bê chỉ đa trò này bê cho chỉ dân vừa trò ta xin nó này chính trang là bây giờ mua cầu nhá nó bây tụt tí lại nu đã bây giờ chỉ bỏ bây tụt tí luôn chơi mua cho nó.
We all have been winners of our husbands who have been former U.S. airlines during the war, and we have proven of records and photos and photography to prove that they are part of the American airline.
Cô chọn nhẹ hắn, ôn chua. Tôi tế chuyện này mua Lucas chơi mù chơi lại họ bắp đâu giả thế li
It has been very difficult for me ever since my life in America. It has been a lot of struggle through a lot of triumph and the struggle that I have.
Giờ vì ở cha bé hơn chân bé tụ cho bé tụ đợi giờ ấy tụ nâng rong nên chỉ mới lúc xếp phê cho bé tụ nâng gọi xong nó nên chỉ mới ý lo lùi ở hay khi lần từ chỉ mới ý lo lùi ở hay giờ lần từ xe lì.
One of the things that I really have a lot of trust with is our director, the former director of Cashier House, who has been truly an amazing person who has helped me so much.
Mà sát thọ này cho nó cho chữ cho nó cho ủa sợ đời này sai họ tự do này là chủ cho có lúc xuyên gia lúc xuyên dần rồi bé ta kiến chờ rồi bé ta kế ở bé chỉ nhiều xe.
Whereas for you all elected officials and as part of the finance committee tonight to look at this fairly and justly in terms of consideration this fund, how important it is for programs like this to help us as the elders.
Nên nó nhau chơi nên nó bỏ một tiếc quá gì chỉ mới khó kê một khó tiếc chỉ muốn niệm một tí chỉ muốn nâng một trái nhá khó tiếc nhưng mà lúc mình cá sấu ởอยู่เนี่ยอยู่tíอยู่นั่งอยู่ใจอยู่ตัวเจอเขียตัวเชิญต่อสิ
It has been very difficult staying home and feeling depressed and crying and without a place to go. It's just been very, very difficult and very emotional.
Bây giờ tôi hay ở bây giờ tàu bây giờ rong xe hay để nhà ở ta, giờ vì你穿整xe哩那这样大哩了，就是你整xe bây giờ大家都澳洲都容纳嘛，bây giờ骑xe行只把个我哩家只把个么做xe么扩个对么做把个对。
This is not the first time. This has been our second or third time come in front of you as the council members to seeking this funding. And we thought that as promised, as you had promised the fund be given to us, but we feel the person that has distrust us has taken advantage of us and we not have receiving the fund yet.
Chỉ ta li rồi ít bây tôi hay nên chừng chạy bây sát cơ nữa, nên chừng hay tiền chỉ nhau bây giờ nên chơi mua lẩu nó tôi nhớ tết tôi nên chơi mua tam buồn chúa lên nó mà tu cầu lẩu nó li ở nên chỉ chơi lẩu nè.
And I want to quote this from the person also making this quote. Why are you elders come here? You are such an older person. Why you should come here? And this is a special quote that she said it to me.
Hai đứa này cho nó cho chưa hết tiền, bé ôn năng nho, béยังchơi du, chơi lo, chơi lẩu, chơi tua, chỉ mới ít tuổi chơi phì, hay lúc khi bé đi nó, nếu chơi phì là nếu chơi quá chỉ là.
We as human beings, we all know we have lived and we'll die, and we all get old someday, and it's part of the recycle, it's part of Mother Nature.
Thọ cơ nó cũng sát tiền này giờ, lòng bé trả lùi này giờ lùi sẽ tao từ là tao nhà tao từ là tao xí này ba trở lại bé tao kén chờ thế bé tao kén mua rồi uất này trâu của hai đứa nó xưa.
At the end, I want to thank you so much to all the council members for reconsider this funding to look at how important is the service to us in our community, particularly our elderlies, and funding to our program. Thank you so much.
Thank you. The next registrant is Savin. You go? Yeah. All right. Still have quorum, right? Savin?
Do you know what the last name is?
Chom, C-H-H-O-R.
Okay, good.
And then Nancy Tran will be next.
Good afternoon. Thank you for having us. I know that it's going to be a long night for you all. As a community member, a Cambodian refugee child, I am here to oppose the money that's given to Anise. And I could imagine.
Turn your mic on again.
Microphone is.
Let me try this one.
battery's dead. Our elders, I respect them greatly. The courage and the bravery that does not like me.
Yeah.
Although the other one.
Is it my phone? Okay. Okay. Oh my goodness. Anyway, I just wanted to talk a little bit about how when you don't know the real truth about a story behind a story, you tend to mislead. So I'm here to say that I have a letter from the president of the Buddhist temple, talked about how Mr. Sim Suan does not recognize a niece when they wrote a check to the temple for 150 to ask for a space for January to March. This person who's from a niece, working with a niece, came to the temple and gave the monk. The monk, all they know is that they received donation. That's all they knew. And we were there and we asked, like, who gave you the money? And I was like, I would like to see the check, please. Because in the memo, it stated space for January to March. So they were devastated that they did not know who a niece was or a Hmong Institute. So to me, it's like, how could you do such things? To use our communities as a scapegoat to get your fund. So I am so confused onto that, and I want to let you know that on behalf of the Cambodian community, this is not okay. So I'm asking you to really reconsider where this fund go. It should go where the elders at. And as you can see, this is where the elders at. They're with the Southeast Asian Healing Center, where they go every Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, and then at the temple, Monday, Wednesday. That is all I'm asking you. Please use your judgment wisely.
Journey Mental Health Services and the Khmer Healing Temple, which was also housed under Journey. The Southeast Asian Healing Center is ran by Dua Vang. He is a gentleman that all the elders speak of as a leader they've been following for 20 years. And right now, it currently runs without any funds from the city or the county. It runs through donated space at Freedom Inc., 1810 South Park Street. It runs Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, 9 to 1 p.m. through the work of volunteers, primarily 14 volunteers and 2 clinicians who have been hired through a day services to provide clinical work. That has been happening for 5 months without any other support. We also, they also bring with them funds that they attained in the amount of about $50,000, and that will carry them through, again, through 2019. And as a finance committee, I know that you're here to learn about numbers. Kashia House, just the Hmong program, runs at about $175,000 a year for 100 elders, approximately. That's about $145 a month per elder for basically day services. I think that's very, very cheap considering their alternative. If they were to be sick or to be hospitalized, how much that would cost. The clients from the prior Kashia House and the Khmer Healing Temple has come to you again and again and again to ask for this funding. And when they say that this funding didn't get to them, they mean that this funding was given to someone else. And that's why we are here to oppose authorizing the funding through a non-competitive process. And that we're asking that it goes through a request for proposal process to give both groups a chance to bid for this service. But I am here to say as board chair that process can be a hardship, that it can pose a delay in services for clients until that money is secured. But Southeast Asian Healing Center has been doing it for 5 months, and they will continue to do that. I'm not sure what's going to happen to the clients that the other organization is serving. When I met with Mayor Soglin and with Jim O'Keefe and Mary and Laura, along with Dua Vang and other Southeast Asian Healing Center staff last year. We were told that we were to go back to Anesis and to Hmong Institute and work this out, and we did, and that didn't happen, and that didn't happen, that this was going to go to a request for proposal process. So you can see our surprise when there was a resolution to a non-competitive process. And so we are just asking for transparency, for following your word, and for going back to what was agreed upon. Currently, 140 clients are served, and they continue to be served without any support. And when we're looking at this process, I want you to look at who has the capacity and the sustainability, the ability to sustain this program, even without these funds. And Southeast Asian Healing Center has been doing that. But with these funds, they would be able to do even more. Thank you.
All right, thank you. The next registrant is Anna P. Van, to be followed by Sambu Chokong.
nhớ xong của luôn bề hoa Anna và nhớ xong đầu này cho nó chữ thế cho tốn xài loại chân đấu chân chân
Good evening. My name is Anna Vang. I want to say good evening to you all elected official tonight.
thì tia khó bé tua họ nó chỉ do tia bé giờ tua kế chỉ là kế bao tờ giờ họ nói do ít khó bé tua hay cho khỏi nhẹ chia.
We're here to not to cause any concerns or trouble, but we're here to share our concerns with you.
Cú vậy tua lúa cha tan thọ đâu cho lầu và tôi nhớ đâu họ lúc chế cá xía.
I'm one of the youngest patient in terms of consider the client for the cashier house.
Cú vậy ít tụi mình nhỏ và chia sẻ nhớ đâu lúc tế chấm lọt tua thế.
I also was born and raised in Laos before coming to America.
Cú vậy ít tụi mình nhỏ và mua mỏ hiện mua chỉ tàu kế, ta chỉ vì mua lúc chế cá xía nó theo ô tàu cũng mua tàu kế.
I wasn't mobile when I was born. Ever since I came to cashier house, that helps my mobility.
Cú trong xía hay tiền trả cá tàu tuần chi này cho nó và chữ ổn này tổ bao nhiêu nó cú bao hay tiền này cho nên chân chế bé lúc giờ nó muốn tàu chán tàu giả tới mình chỉ xí.
As a representative official of the city of Madison, we are relying on your support and assistance for such issue as this.
Cú xã thọ này hay tiền này tự nhiên sợ đầu nhưng bỏ tiền bé lúc giờ mua tới mình tàu chán tàu giả luôn tới ít khó nhiều và bé sợ được tôi hại khó nó xứ.
Many of you know that we are having a dispute and disagreement regarding this funding.
Bao nhiêu nó chỉ do tiền do bá đâu bé hại nước mông xứ. Bao nhiêu nó nếu là mua bá tan thọ lúc giờ bá cho tín cho nhẹ tan thọ số lên số tu.
This funding is not just for the Hmong, but it's for all the community as well.
Cũng chẳng xía hay tiền này cho nó cho chữ này yuan cá xía cho lúa của hai nó.
I'm really hoping that you understand my point of view tonight.
Có nhiều nó chỉ nhớ này mua tàu tụ tín này và nữ có bá tàu lúa cộng hậu là do bá tàu cho tín này nhớ cho hậu lúa cho nó.
This funding should be allocated to organization or agency who can actually provide service to us.
Bé chỉ do cho tín này đa, cú chỉ ấy tụ tín này đa, ấy cú do tôi đa này, cú ấy tụ tín này cú như hai lo lụt tư do lo lụt đạo sư, yên chỉ tàu đa là tụ.
I'm speaking on the truth and seeking the right service for myself.
Cú do ít tụ mình nhỏ, tôi nhớ trong đây tới chơi nó cú nhục khoa tàu của đại xã, cú do ít tụ mình nhỏ cú tia xía hay tia, cú do nâng mi cả giả lý này thế.
I just recently became naturalized and become U.S. citizen, and I know how important the value of being a citizen in this country.
Sau kiện danh dành của bao hay tiền này nhưng mua nhớ trong này lúc xưa, của xã hay tiền nên chơi giàu này nhưng bao hay tiền nên tư tụt sầu, tiền nên tư tụt chỉ sầu.
I'm really hoping that consider tonight how fair and the consideration the decision tonight on your fairness and process in terms of making this a decision.
Này giờ cho chỉ xe này dùng bao nhiêu nó trong năng từ bé tôi nói bé tôi sẽ kể đấu hữu tôi thọ này sẽ kể ba còn này chỉ sao chia đâu cho và lúa cha li của nó ấy chừng mỏ cha nó ấy là chỉ tao sẽ kể ba nè.
I'm here to represent one of the younger elder tonight to how important it is for service like this to continue to help others in the future as well as the people in the community.
Cú chỉ do tia bá đâu cú cho mông sư, bá đâu này hay năng ý cú do này chế năng, này do cú chế năng ý thế.
I'm part of the community at large as well. Even though I have my own smaller community, but I'm still considered part of the larger community.
Bây lúc chế lúc cho muốn đâu chán đâu cú chẳng xia hay tia nên chia sư nên những bao lợ.
You probably know that our community have been struggled quite a bit between this issue.
Thọ còn nên mua cho cái nhân dạng thêm mua có nhẹ nó cho lọ bá đâu lúc chế lúc cho ở đâu cho cái cho nhẹ trong ý lý cú ta chỉ nó.
I would like you all to make a decision to be fair and just, whatever you decide tonight.
Cú giờ ý tu nên là luật sư chỉ chân đỡ nhận chỉ đâu tuân đỡ.
I also illiterate. I also had language barrier.
Cú nhớ xuyên đâu chán đâu vì cú nhẹ cú chỉ to ta lợ. Cú chỉ muốn nhẹ chỉ muốn nó tất cả yếu cú nữa. Cú nhớ cú ý lần sư mà cú thọ còn nên bá hay tiệt tao ý lúc chế thì ở đâu cú mu chờ cú cho xia.
I also raised as an orphan. Neither of my parents are alive, and I relied on the Cashier House as my second home, and very important for that. Thank you so much for listening tonight.
Thank you. All right, so the next registrant is Sambo Chokon, to be followed by Silu.
Hello, my name is Sambo. I am a genocide survivor and also an immigrant. I am a longtime resident for over 30 years in Madison and an active Cambodian community member. My family and I have helped many Khmer family with housing and resources after they arrived from Cambodia. Now myself and 7 other Khmer friends volunteer every Monday and Wednesday to help the Southeast Asian Healing Center Khmer group. We help with cooking, transportation, and translation. It is our culture to help each other out. We are not friends, but family. We call each other not by names, but uncles, aunts, nephews, nieces, grandmas, grandpas. We visit each other's homes, attend their kids' graduations and weddings, visit them at the hospital, chant with the monks, and sadly attend the funerals of our beloved community members. We welcome everyone into the community, but we only trust those who have been around. Earlier, you saw Roger and Ann. Those are the people we trust. Those are the people that we've known over 30 or over 20 years. The Khmer community trusts them because they are like family. They are not strangers. Anisis or Hmong Institute have never came to introduce themselves to the Khmer people. Before all this, we never heard of Hmong Institute or Anisis. We don't know what they do for the Khmer people. Does Anisis or Hmong Institute know and understand our culture? Have they came and celebrate our New Year and understand the significance of why our New Year is one of the most important holiday for us? Have they visit our elders or sick ones at their homes? We have seen many faces, but not those of Anisis or Hmong Institute. The only thing we have in common with Anisis and Hmong Institute is they know nothing about us, and we know nothing about them. The Khmer community has never received any fundings from the city. Today, we are asking to put this funding to RFP so that we can have the chance to have access to the funds. This funding will help with the mental health of our community. We are asking for you to do the right thing and give the fundings to the Cambodian community. Thank you.
Thank you. Actually, the next registrant is Kabzua V.
Thank you. Thank you. We need a little laughter in here. Thank you. All right. Okay, so I know that a lot of you are confused, probably because you haven't followed this since September. And so I offer that opportunity anytime for clarification outside of here. But maybe give you a little background why as to we're here. So when we came in September, as you can see, we came together as a unit. And we came together as a community to ask for support. And at that time when Journey was ending the funding and ending the cashier program, we came together thinking that we were going to move forward. And when we worked with Mahjong and Peng, which many of you know, we thought that they were on the same page. Unfortunately, they had a different idea for what kind of program they wanted, but they did not tell us that until it was too late. Until they secured funding for themselves, Mahjong helped to move the funding to Hmong Institute, who her husband is the executive director of, and she's on the board of. We were blindsided, just like you all feel a little bit confused. How Anesis came into play was there's some medical billing, and I was just learning the terms, and there was some medical billing stuff that a lot of, as Southeast Asian Healing Center was trying to establish itself, it did not have the authority or the credentials to bill. And so Mahjong suggested Anesis, and we went with that because we trusted Mahjong and Peng until they blindsided and moved 40,000 to them and 40,000 to Anesis. So this is why we are here today. We were deceived by our own people. Yes, I know. It has been. Can I get my minute back if, yeah, because I'm.
All right, a point of order, please. I'm sorry. No. We've been really, no, you got to hear me because you've interrupted, so I'm going to interrupt. We have been very respectful of you, sir, and we are trying to get some business done, and it is not fair what you're doing to us. We would not do it to you, and so you're disrespecting us, right? People went out to make sure nothing happened to you, right? Hands up, right? And so I'm asking you, please, let us do our business. Respect us like we respect you. Thank you. Okay, thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Barbara. All right.
All right, so I'm regrouping. Is it okay to, okay, restart? Oh, great. So I'm saying that because 3 minutes is a really short time for me to tell you about the last 5 months. It has been devastating. Not only has it been devastating, and I'm here today as a co-executive director and founder of Freedom Inc. And the reason why I have a vested interest in making sure the Southeast Asian Healing Center survives is because if they don't survive and if they don't get this funding, then the services falls on me, on my organization. And as much as people don't understand Freedom Inc., you only see one aspect of Freedom Inc., but we actually do a lot of services. We provide domestic violence, sexual assault, we have a food pantry, we have an array of services that we provide. We've been in the community for 15 years, and what I want to tell you is providing domestic violence and sexual assault is not a heroic thing to do in the community. The fact that communities trust us and come to us for services means that we've established some sort of trust in the community. And I'm saying that to say, if this program doesn't get funded, we've been stepping up. I've been stretching my resources to make sure that they're doing okay. The part about Anesis is, it's not Anesis's fault. But the problem with Anesis is there was an understanding that Anesis would come in to help until Southeast Asian Healing Center establishes itself. This was a verbal agreement. We had a whole committee that was called Friends of Gashia. And as you can see, this is Gashia. From my 7-year-old to my 75-year-old mom, we all know who Gashia is. We've been in this community for 40 years, and we know that Gashia is in Manila. Manila is the director at Anesis, and I can tell you Manila is only 4 or 5 years in this community. I've been here 40 years. Some other people that they've hired, new, a clinician, 1 year in the community. Do you understand why the elders have chosen to not go there for services? They don't know those people. And so what I'm saying, I mean, there's so many things to talk about, and 3 minutes isn't a fair time to give you all the background.
We'll
but,
give you an extra 1 minute.
Okay.
No objection.
Thank you. But back in December, when all of this was happening, and we were supposed to figure it out, and we could not, because Mahjong and Peng refused to come to the table. And because for whatever reasons, the mayor went to visit their program but didn't come to visit the original program. Whatever it is, we are here today, and we support Alder Badir's RFP idea. You threw it out in December. And I feel like for those of you who've not been following this actively, you should talk to the person who has been following this actively and who has been engaged. And I think that it's, if you guys don't put this through a fair, transparent process, you're doing a great injustice to the community. And I really feel like as somebody who has to probably pick up the burden of taking care of my community, that it is unfair. And on top of that, $115,000 between the Cambodian and Hmong community is nothing. Nothing that this community, we don't receive a lot of funding from the city anyway. And so making a split between the two communities is unfair. But the last thing I want to say is, the reason why we do not support this money going to Anesis is because this is wraparound service funding. Anesis doesn't provide wraparound services. They've never worked with Southeast Asian communities before. How would they even start to do that? And on top of that, is it being routed to Hmong Institute? We are totally against that because the elders are no longer, they don't have the trust of the elders. And so if they don't have the trust, how is this service is going to be provided?
Thank you.
Okay.
So the last registrant is Chorui. Chorue.
She's not going to speak.
Okay. All right. Well, that was the last registrant. So Natalie or Jim, do you guys?
Can I ask the chair whether it would be possible to me just to provide some background testimony as a person that's been, and then you can ask question, but I like to maybe provide some context.
So you want to do that before Jim then give context to the
I don't
item?
care.
All right. So Jim will let
I
you.
want to hear from staff, and then you.
All
I want
right.
to hear from staff.
All right, Jim. Do you have anything to say about the agenda item? Put it in context.
I'm really here to respond to questions that committee members might have.
All right. Sounds good. All the will be there.
Sure.
Jim, can you tell us what the decision of Community Services Committee was about 2 weeks ago?
Yep. Community Services Committee recommended to this committee to place this resolution on file, and they further sought to make the point that these funds should be allocated through an RFP process.
Do we need a separate resolution of the council to direct staff to do an RFP process?
Don't think that it is necessary to have an authorizing resolution. I think that's accomplished through the authorization in the budget.
So we do not need one, a separate resolution?
I don't think
Thank
we
you.
would.
Could you further maybe go back to an exchange that happened back on November 28th? If you remember that between, you sent a brief to the mayor, at which point explaining kind of what had transpired between the time where we passed emergency funding in September and November when we passed the budget. It was called Budget Follow-Up, the email, and you kind of briefed the mayor on what was happening, and then he forwarded asking whether we thought they should go to RFP or whether we should just allocate funding to Anesis.
So there was an exchange with the mayor in which it was brought to his attention that most of the public funding, city, county funding that was appropriated to support the services formerly provided through the Kashia House, most of those took the form of medical assistance reimbursement, and that there was a single entity, single organization, that being Anesis Therapy, that was eligible to bill Medicaid for these services, and that was under contract with Dane County to bill these services. That was done in the county budget process, unlike the city budget, which did not identify a specific agency to receive these funds. The county budget did. And so that information was communicated to Mayor Soglin, and his response to it was that we should proceed with a resolution that would provide through a sole source contract funding to the collaborative partnership between Anesis and Hmong Institute.
And then, thank you. And
If I can just, the other portion of the county budget funding, about $50,000, was also in that document earmarked for receipt by the Hmong Institute.
can you clarify what your understanding is of what the $115,000 in the city budget are actually for?
Not sure that I can. I can, I think, suggest that they are not for the provision of mental health services. You might recall this was an activity that was previously funded through the Community Development Division via a contract with Journey Mental Health Services. And the activity that was funded was for case management services for seniors. That contract was for $15,000. You've heard, and you were all there last fall when Journey Mental Health announced that they were going to discontinue providing these services, that both the city and Dane County responded by appropriating an additional $40,000 for 2018, so to supplement that $15,000. Then through the budget process, in the executive budget, the mayor increased that total to $115,000, and the council approved it without a lot of detail about how those funds were to be used. So the presumption, I think, on our part was that they would continue to be used for those case management services.
And then could you, so $460,000 of the county budget money is allocated for what's called the comprehensive community services, the CCS funding. Could you explain how that funding actually works in short? Like, so that's not county money, right? It's money that's funneled through the county from state.
Well, it isn't county money either, in the sense that it is not a grant that is awarded to Anesis or any other organization. Rather, it's authorization for an agency under contract to bill the Medicaid program for services that they provide, if those services are eligible for medical assistance reimbursement. So CCS, Comprehensive Community Services, is one portion of that, but there's another component of the medical assistance program known as crisis stabilization that also is available, and also is available just in this case to Anesis.
So you bill per client to that service. So if you're not seeing somebody, like, it's up to $460,000, depending on how many clients you have that are eligible for that program that you can bill for.
You're reimbursed for services provided, yes.
Up to that amount is what the county budget says.
Up to $460,000.
Thank you.
All right, so General would have asked if there are any questions for the speakers. Is there any? Before we continue asking Jim and his team. Any question for these earlier speakers? No? Question for Jim and his team? Alderman McKinney?
Thank you. I want to clarify the money allocated for services through Anesis. Are those services being provided to the community that it was designated for?
That $460,000 is available by way of contract for the provision of mental health services to that specific population, yes.
So to date, do we have any accounting as to how many have been served and how that money, and I know that it's a process. What I'm trying to get at is that with that money being allocated, how is it actually making a difference in terms of that contractual relationship? Who's being served? The number, do we have any number? That's what I'm after.
Alderman McKinney, I want to use a lifeline, my first lifeline, and turn to Mary O'Donnell, who oversees this contract.
So my understanding from Anesis is that they currently have 54 clients who are registered, and they are receiving services and being reimbursed through the county funds. They've served over 100 unduplicated, and they're in the process of applying and doing the paperwork for another 30 to 40 of that group, in addition to the 54.
So 50 have been processed so far with a number in the pipeline? Is that
That's my understanding.
Okay. How does the city know, when you say that that's your understanding, what is the process by which we know what's so? How do we hold that flat? I mean, if it's in the pipeline, I mean, how do we know that these numbers are really accurate?
So we, through the city, provided $40,000 for the last quarter of 2018 to Anesis and Hmong Institute as a partnership. We received a service report at the end of that time, and then have heard from them since that time about their continued work. So we have a service report documentation that was provided by Anesis and Hmong Institute. At that point, they had served 79 unduplicated individuals and had a daily average of 30 individuals. They saw people both in their homes as well as at their own program.
For the RFP process, what is the estimated time for the RFP process? And I know this is a big ballpark. I'm just trying to figure out where we are.
This year, we're already committed to running the Bridge Lake Point RFQ, Early Childhood Care and Education RFP. We have 2 RFPs going out with federal funds, the Youth Mentoring RFP, the Safe Passages RFP. We're working on the Neighborhood Center Support funding process and the Elementary and Youth Programming RFP processes. All of those are, we're wanting to get those out the door in the next few months. So in terms of a timeline for this, realistically, we're looking at, if we can, maybe May, June, although that's going to be a stretch.
I just want to add that that's been a consideration from very early on, and that meaning the desire to try to continue this programming, continue these services uninterrupted. That was why this body acted so quickly, the council acted so quickly to appropriate funding in 2018, and I think we saw that, believed we saw that sense of urgency in the adoption of the budget. So we had been proceeding along the path of trying to get these funds into use as quickly as possible, and I think that was part of the mayor's thinking and in putting forward this resolution to make those funds available without the benefit of an RFP.
I've got a few points to make, and I don't know when it's appropriate to do that. Is it at the end of questions to staff, or do I do that my list now?
Once we are done questioning, we'll deliberate.
Okay, so hold it for deliberation?
Are
Okay.
you done questioning?
Yes.
Anybody else? No, you can ask questions. Anybody else? Alder Vivier?
Thank you. So most of my questions were already asked by my colleagues and answered by you folks, so I appreciate that. Not to add more folks to the table from staff, but I thought maybe we could take an opportunity, Jim, for you to introduce Sally Jo Spanini, or also relatively just like with our sustainability coordinator, newly minted senior center and senior services manager, because I don't believe the rest of the committees had the opportunity to meet and work with Sally Jo yet.
Sally, you want to join us?
Don't worry, Sally Jo, I'm not going to put you on the spot. I just thought you could introduce yourself to the committee quickly.
Hi, I'm Sally Jo Spaney, and I am the new Senior Center and Senior Services Manager for the City of Madison.
Thank you. Appreciate that. And to be clear, the contract, the contract, though, is administered by Mary, not by Sally Jo, right?
That's temporary. One of the reasons we're looking at, like, delays, Sally Jo's been with us for 6 weeks. So eventually, this contract will go to Sally Jo.
That's why I thought it was important to
Yeah.
point that out. That
And the senior committee.
I don't know if we'll be on it after April, Barbara, but yeah, it'll be interesting for the Committee on Aging and we've been updated on this since the crisis was created by Journey Mental Health. So as I said, most of my questions were asked and answered. I did want to ask a process question, though, to you, and that is, I really appreciate Alder Bidar asking the question about RFPs do not have to be specifically authorized by the Common Council. So assuming that this committee decides to follow the recommendation of the Community Services Committee and decides that a sole source contract at this time is not appropriate, given the
No, the green is just down.
Yes, thank you. Thank you both. Now, audio experts. So thanks, everyone, for your patience. So the question I was asking is, given your response earlier to Alder Bidar's question about community services, RFPs do not have to be specifically authorized by the council, and is that the past precedent, Jim, as well?
I believe that when funding is authorized and when there's sufficient direction provided in the budget as to its use, that provides sufficient authorization to proceed with an RFP.
Okay, very good. So my thought is, given, perhaps it differs a bit, and I totally get that the adopted 2019 operating budget, contains an appropriation for these services. But my thought is, given the testimony tonight and previously at Community Services Committee and all of the communications that we've received offline, that the situation is obviously very tragic, and that started with Journey's decision of last fall. But it seems to me that given that the situation has really divided the community, and I can't overstate how sad, and I think this makes all of us, and how painful the testimony was, how painful reading Peng He's written communication to us of tonight, and County Supervisor Jamie Kuhn's email, that the division is far and wide and deep. Anyway, so given all that, and given that said, I have a suspicion that perhaps there are many here tonight, or others that aren't here tonight but watching in other ways, a city channel or otherwise, that there's a trust issue with us. I think that came out in the testimony. And do you see any downside if the committee, as I say, concurs with the Community Services Committee? Is there a downside to us asking you as staff to draft a substitute resolution for the next council meeting, and rather than just have this on the agenda to place on file without prejudice, which of course is the recommendation of the Community Services Committee, could any of you articulate, and I say that to Alder Bidar, who obviously is working hard on this, is there a downside to having a substitute resolution?
Alternate.
Clearly Well, that's true, because the mayor might not be on board when all is said and done. But is there a downside to having an alternate resolution that actually specifically calls for the RFP rather than just placing it on file without prejudice and more or less saying to the Southeast Asian community, trust me, and staff is going to draft an RFP and we'll get it out to the community for responses as quickly as possible?
I think we get to the same place.
Did you want to say something, Laura? So you.
Yeah, I would actually appreciate increased clarity on what we're looking for from these funds. Currently, senior programs like this fit, well, the senior framework calls for senior case management and senior activities programs. And if we were to do an RFP, the way we would approach it is to line these services up with other existing senior services in that way and use the frameworks that are outlined in the senior framework for best practices around senior activities programs and senior case management. Those frameworks are open and I think responsive to being able to fund culturally responsive and specific programming. They're broad. So I would appreciate a little more direction in crafting the RFP so that we come to some agreement as to what we're looking for now rather than after we do a draft of an RFP. Like, we need a little more direction on this, because again, the last time we funded an effort like this, it was to the tune of $15,000 specifically for case management. So.
I do have the budget language if you're interested in revisiting that and
Sure,
give you a sense for the kind of ambiguity around.
Read that aloud to us.
So it reads, continued funding for mental health case management at Kashia House at $15,000, along with additional funding, $100,000, to support community programming. Allocation of the funds will be available upon approval of a plan that specifies services and a provider agency. That's the totality of the guidance provided through the budget. And so I think left to our own devices, we would look to expand upon the previous case management services.
I understand. And then,
Siva, do you have something to
Can I
clarify?
clarify on
Yeah,
that
I'm happy
point,
to yield to you.
specifically on that
Sure.
point? So isn't it correct that at Community Services, I brought forward the idea of having an alternate that I had already drafted?
You did.
Okay, so was conversation at Community Services that an alternate was not needed? Because it is drafted.
I think I said at that committee meeting the same thing that I've said tonight, which is that
You did.
I believe we have the authorization. And I think where we're parting a little bit is Laura's suggestion that a bit more guidance in terms of what the council might be looking for with respect to the use of these dollars would be helpful.
In what form would that guidance come?
Could be part of a substitute resolution.
An alternate.
If that was it.
Because I'm sure the mayor wouldn't. Okay. Thank you.
Could I just ask on that point, if I could ask a question of Alder Bidar here briefly? Does the alternate that's already been prepared, and I appreciate you doing that, does that simply restate the language in the adopted budget, or did you propose a greater level of specificity, or?
It was intended to propose a greater level of specificity, but to be very honest with you, Alder Revere, given what I heard from staff at Community Services, I did not pursue a lot more work on it at that time. So does that make sense? So it's, the framework of it is ready. I wanted to get some more feedback about it, but since my understanding was that staff was comfortable drafting an RFP and then getting feedback from people about that framework that the RFP had. And as opposed to us giving more direction before the RFP is written. But it is there, and I'd be happy to work another as many hours as it takes to bring it forth for council next week.
Thank you. It would be on the 26th, I believe.
Yeah,
We do have a
26th,
little
that's
more
right.
time. February 26th is the
Oh,
next
good.
council meeting. Has Community Services staff seen the draft alternate resolution? No?
No, again, because I stopped just doing anything with it.
I understand. Well, I do think it would be prudent and helpful to, if we follow this route, I mean, again, I don't want to overstate the case, but I feel in a way we're re-victimizing the community. As I stated earlier, if we just kind of leave this out on a limb and because there is a trust issue, I don't want any of you to feel badly about that. I'm not saying it's your creation you're making by any means. You're not the sponsor of the resolution, but I think it would be fruitful. Obviously, we can't figure out the language tonight, but if we directed staff to prepare an alternate resolution and get ideas from Community Services Committee Member Bidar, since she's already started to do the work on such a alternate resolution, that would be helpful. The other, Laura, did you want to say something? I had one other question quickly.
No, go ahead.
I was just wondering, we have the letter in our packets from Lynn Green, as I think we all know, the outgoing Dane County Human Services Director. And she obviously strongly makes the case that we follow along with the county's decision made last year, and it's part of their budget process, I guess. Is there anything that I'm putting you on the spot here, I'll confess, is there anything that you've heard, learned from both tonight's meeting, the Community Services Committee testimony and meeting, which I presume is somewhat duplicative to what you heard tonight, that perhaps would lead you to thinking that there's a way to make both work, that the county's not going to change their decision? And I realize Lynn is retiring, but she says the county won't revisit this till 2023, if I remember correctly. Is there a way to, 2023 process for contracts in 2024, but is there a way to, is there an argument, it seems to me, that can be made that we don't have to follow the county's decision blindly? And I guess I leave that to you. I mean, the argument that we should follow the county's decision, which obviously is one of the key considerations in the sole source resolution. Mary wants to take that, so.
Yeah, I mean, I believe that would also be a consideration, that we would look for guidance for the RFP, whether the RFP would have guidance from the council saying there is a desire that these services be provided in tandem with the mental health services, or if that isn't part of the RFP. That would be a key factor in terms of creating that RFP, is to get some guidance around that specific issue.
Okay. Thank you all very much. Did you want to add something? And Laura maybe did too, it looks like.
We tend to look, I think, in the course of drafting RFP documents, we tend to look for opportunities to leverage other resources. And so again, proceeding as we would have without guidance to the contrary from this council or elsewhere, I think the opportunity to leverage those medical assistance dollars would be viewed as an important consideration in an RFP.
I appreciate that. Laura, did you want to add something as well, or no?
So this is going in a slightly different direction. I don't want to lose Jim's point, but also we're drafting an RFP for senior services, and the policy committee for senior services is a committee on aging. So we would want to do a consult or bring some of this language at some point. I would assume that this would be referred to the Committee on Aging.
Now you're putting us. Thank you. I'll yield for now. Thank you.
Thank you.
Wow. I still have my points for discussion. So in terms of the clarity that you were looking at, there are, and please correct me, I kind of make things simple. We're talking about two very specific areas. We're talking about mental health services, and then we're talking about all the socially responsible activities. Is that, what are we talking about?
The
Because I am-
county is funding mental health services. Do you want to respond?
So previously, those services with the Kashia House program that was run by Journey were provided together. And that some of the points that speakers made earlier about the importance of spiritual support in the community, some of those parts are not part of the county contract. So the city and county funding coming together brings those two services together. That's the way it's been done. It doesn't have to continue to be done that way.
In terms of, so that I can process it in my own mind, I wanted to know exactly what Anesis was providing, and then outside of what they were providing, so I can kind of break that down, because when we're talking about clarity, my concern is that the mental health portion, I want to know who's doing the mental health portion, how is that going, how is that moving forward, and what is the second half of it? I'm calling it second half because I'm just identifying the mental health portion and then what goes along with that. Does that make sense? Help me out with that.
Sure. So Anesis currently has 7 clinical staff members, all of whom are Southeast Asian. 3 of them previously worked for Journey Mental Health, and in the beginning agreements were hired by Anesis to provide those services. One of those individuals is Cambodian and had been a member of the temple for a long time, is my understanding. The 3 new people that were hired, 2 of them are men, all 3 are Hmong, and 1 is a registered nurse. The others, master's in counseling, master's in public health, and a master's in counseling with 7 years of running a healthcare business. So those are the folks that are currently able to bill towards the county funds. They are also providing, they are the staff that are there day in, day out. Individuals from Hmong Institute, Peng and Mahjong, are not at the program. The staff of Anesis are running the program. Hmong Institute has a contract for $50,000 from the county. Anesis has hired 2 cooks and pays for food and transportation, and Hmong Institute reimburses Anesis for those costs that aren't part of the mental health piece. Does that help?
And so, thank you for breaking it out for me. So I'm looking at Anesis. So one of the speakers said that it sounds like Anesis has gotten kind of caught in the middle of this. Are they providing the services? So if they're providing the mental health services and taking the Hmong Institute out, who else is providing that gap?
So the Anesis, so the 7 staff members that I mentioned are staff members of Anesis. 3 of them were previously with Journey and were hired on to Anesis. My understanding is that the Hmong Institute wasn't in a place to have employees. And so Anesis has a setup for employees, so Anesis is the employer for the clinicians, as well as 2 cooks who are paid for through the Hmong Institute.
Further questions, Alderman McCain?
No, I will wait for the discussion.
All right, anybody else? Further questions for staff? No? Deliberations?
Can I have an
Promise you-
opportunity?
we don't-
Well, are you going to make a motion or?
So that's what I want to clarify. Are we going to vote on the motion to put on file?
I don't know if there was been a motion.
Although, recognize me, I move a substitute motion. I
Olivia, go
believe I was the maker of the motion that's before us. I move a substitute motion that would direct community services staff to draft an alternate
This guy needs-
resolution to allow for an RFP for Southeast Asian Elder Services.
Is there a second to all the viewers? Second twice? If you go three, okay. Second, discussions?
Can I be given, thank you, the privilege of giving a little briefing from my perspective now of what's transpired here. First, I have no problem doing an alternate. Actually, that was the motion that was just made by Alder Vivier was the motion that was going to be made at Community Services. So I'm happy to work on an alternate.
Hey, look, hey, we need decorum here. If you make noise again, I'll make sure you are arrested and taken out of this room. No, you need to keep quiet when people are talking. Okay, all I'm telling you is we need decorum here. You're not my child, but you're not supposed to make noise here. All right. All right.
Thank you.
Go ahead, Alder.
So I'm comfortable with that. I further want to just give a quick summary that there was actually, as I think Kajwa gave a summary of the timeline, I was indeed the alder that very strongly put forward the emergency funding for 2018. I think there's been a lot of misunderstandings, maybe of what even my intention were in doing that, and also, I think, a lot of learning for myself around what can happen when you feel very passionate about something moving forward and then you realize that you need to readjust, which is why I strongly believe that this process needs to go to an RFP. So what happened when we did that emergency funding, my intent was and had always been that the emergency funding being a sole source funding was for 2018. It was never my intent, nor did I ever say that that should have been the permanent way in which we were going to allocate funding for the services that were then provided, as Alder Vivier mentioned, by Journey through the known as Kashia House. Right after we did our funding process, there were indeed, as was described, certainly as you have seen, quite a bit of split between the Hmong community. And I don't want to forget that we're also talking about the Cambodian community and their feelings about how they're being served or not served by the current funding processes. So with that said, at the end of November, the mayor did indeed send a summary, a very nice summary that Mr. O'Keefe had put together about what the current kind of situation was. That was on November 28th or 29th. That email was forwarded to a few of us, and with the mayor asking that we had an option, going to RFP or sole source funding ANISIS, because the county had already decided in their budget that they would actually give the money to ANISIS and Hmong Institute. I responded, and I'm happy to re-forward that email, on November 28th, stating that I already knew that it was really, really important for us to go to an RFP process. I have stuck to that same argument since that day, and the reason that I said that is because we are not in a position, none of us sitting at this table are neither Hmong or Cambodian, nor part of that community. It is not our place, nor is it our role to create understanding and communication within that community. That community is fully empowered to feel that there needs to be 2 separate services, 3 of them, 5 of them, however way to decide that they're going to come back together or not. What it is our role to do is to make sure that our community feels that they can have trust in the city of Madison and our processes. That is what's within our control. And the only way that we can have people feel that they have a level of trust in what we are doing as their elected representative is by having fully transparent processes. And a fully transparent process is an RFP process. Right now, what we have is many different versions of information, a lot of letters, but we do not have before us a proposal for the services that the $115,000 would deliver a certain segment of our residents in this city. An RFP process will have before us a factual piece of documentation that says this organization says they can do X, this organization says they can do Y, and then we can evaluate like we do with everything else. So it is very unfortunate that the process that was set up, despite, and I would say, I will fall on my sword that I should probably not have been so decisive in pushing for the emergency funding to be source funded. Maybe that was my mistake. But I also say that despite my best recommendations since November that this process should have gone to RFP as soon as possible, we find ourselves where we find ourselves today. I want to apologize to the elders for the number of times that they have had to come to community meetings to speak to this. I want to apologize to everybody that has had to put their heart out from all sides of this. To hear us talk about this again and again. And so hopefully the 26th will be the time in which we can go to an RFP. And then again, this is true, we'll have to see everybody back once the RFP is put forward if there are different proposals. And then the last thing I want to say is that there is a lot of mention about what the county did, but I like to remind us as council members, and we know this well, for good or for bad, our process gets this amount of people in the room. That is not what happened with the county process. So we get to hear from a lot of people that they didn't get to hear from. And I think that we should consider that to be a great thing, that residents of the city feel so engaged with their city council. So the fact that the county decided to take a decision the way they decided to take it, I don't think that we should just say, then we should follow suit, because we're hearing from a very large segment of this particular population with great passion about it. And my last point is that an RFP is not taking sides. Saying that we're going towards an RFP is not taking sides. It's really actually saying we want a transparent process. And I think that's really important. This has been personally very difficult for me, as I know for many, many years. Many of the individuals that have been involved in this conversation on all sides of it. I have still remained with all of them steadfast in that the fact that I am not taking side. I'm just saying we should have a fair and transparent process. Although many of these individuals are people that I consider truly friends.
All right.
I have a question.
Lauren?
So we just want to do what folks want us to do. So is the intent of this 115,000, are you looking for an RFP that funds programs that are partnering with a program that provides mental health services, or a freestanding senior activity or case management programs?
We have both.
So who can answer that?
We just need to know.
So is that not what will be addressed when if this passes? Because then is that not what will be in the amendment that you propose? If that amendment passes, we'll give you the detail of how the RFP should be structured.
August. Okay, I'm sorry.
Alderman McCain.
Thank you. Now I'm going to give my long litany, because I need to go on file for this, and I appreciate my colleague, which I have a tremendous amount of respect for. Let me first say that. But how we got here is that we did not follow our process in the beginning. I need to say that and be clear, because, and I'm going to step through this because it is really very, very important that because we did not follow our process initially and we did the emergency knee jerk, it's got us to this point. The first thing, and I've got several, so I'm going to put it all out there. At the area agency on aging, when this came before us in terms of Journey Mental Health terminating the contract, we were appalled. Then it came through council, and when that group of elders came before us, and some through interpreters and some in broken language, came and spoke from their heart, that impacted me, that moved me. And there was a sense of urgency that we needed to do something then and now. So we pushed through this process in order to put some funds in place, because what I heard is that the elders was without a place. Some of them talked about suicide, and that whole conversation still haunts me today. And now, what I'm hearing is that, unanimously, Anesis was unanimously voted to bring those services in immediately to the people who most needed that, right? But again, we jumped the process, and so, but we saw a sense of urgency. And then, so that was in September. So 5.5 months later, this conversation is coming back before us. And the RFP process, if it goes forward, may happen in June. That's another 10 months. My concern is that the people who are most impacted by this are not getting the services immediately that they need. And that was the testimony after testimony after testimony that the people said that they needed those services. And so what really disturbs me even more than that is that doing an RFP will cause and prolong additional trauma, and for the elders who have been re-traumatized both when Journey closed and now Kashiba House. And the thing that really got me is when I read that we have decided we will not be attending, and this was from Anesis. Right?
From Payne.
Was this from Payne?
But he said it's on behalf of Anesis, too.
Oh, okay, because I'm not taking sides, but we've decided we will not be attending the Finance Committee meeting tonight. We feel it will not be a safe space for me or those associated with the Hmong Institute and Anesis. And so I'm really looking at Anesis to be publicly harassed, bullied, intimidated, and be threatened with blackmail. And so we should have an open process where people can disagree, right? And we have put this community in a place where it is split. I'm really sad about that. That does not go away. We have to own some responsibility for getting us to this place, and I don't like it. It makes me feel uncomfortable because the people who really need the service are the ones that are left out of this, right? And so I needed to say that because I feel traumatized. I feel traumatized because we are going through that, and the people that need the services most, we're playing this game, and I don't like it. And so if there is a process to be followed, we move and change that process when it fits us. We have a process in place. If the RFP was something that should have been in place, we should have done that. But now we're coming back 5.5 months later to say we're going to be transparent. And I am one to say that we have some responsibility. And I appreciate my colleague for her falling on the sword. She absolutely said that because it was through that intense passion that we jumped over our own process and got us to this point, and it doesn't make me feel good.
I'll be really quick, just because I have to for the record.
All right.
I will be very quick to say that I want to be very clear with all respect with my colleague Alder McKinney, that the emergency funding was a completely different situation. We have heard the testimony tonight that at that time, everybody from all aspects of this community came together. At that point, the community itself had not gone through the ability to really figure out what the next step was. They were also reacting to something that, again, to use the words of Alder Revere, we would not be here, let me be clear, if it wasn't because of the decision of Journey Mental Health Center. So I take some responsibility, but I want to be very clear that, one, the biggest responsibility here relies on the organization that decided that within literally a month, they were going to close a service that had done great good to two communities for 20 years, one. Two, that the emergency funding was necessary. At the time, it was only a 3-month emergency funding, and we did not have a time to do an RFP at that time. But I never said from that moment on that we should not have an RFP process. I have a record of having said to colleagues sitting at this table on November 28th that we should go to an RFP process in a transparent way from that moment forward. It is unfortunate that the decision was taken to put forth the resolution that's before you tonight. I oppose it from the very moment that it was even talked about. I went on record to say it, so I am not taking a fall for that because that was not my doing, that was not my recommendation. I stayed steadfast with my recommendation for an RFP from the moment the budget was passed. Staff knows this because I've had many conversations. I've never changed my tune. Both sides of this conversation know that because I've never changed my tune about that on both sides of this conversation. So I will remain steadfast that that was the recommendation. That's how we should have done it for 2019 and forward. It is the right process to follow. And I will also say that communities do have processes in which they go through this, and we just need to also be comfortable letting communities have this. It is not upon us to ask that communities that are non-white communities present themselves always in agreement with each other when the majority community, the white community, gets to disagree all the time on many different things. And so I do think that for us to expect that other communities, just everybody needs to come together and agree on everything, it's just not right. So we need to be comfortable with the fact that communities of color also have the ability to come in from different angles and disagree among each other. Again, we need to just pick to the point of staff, which I agree, have clarity around what is it that we want to provide with $115,000 and pick the organization that responds to the best of their abilities to that request. And I'll be happy to work with staff between now and the 26th, just got myself some more work to do on what that language may look like.
All right, thank you. Further discussions on this subject? No? All right, we'll come to a vote on the amendment. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed say no.
No.
All right, so the amendment passes. We are now on the main motion as amended. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed say no.
No.
The motion passes. Thank you. So item number 19. George.
There's speakers on 21?
Yeah.
Well, then we should do that first. I'm sorry, if there's.
Yeah, we'll do 21
speakers on
first.
we should do that first.
We'll do 21.
Just ask if you had any registered speakers.
We're going to do 21.
Oh,
Sorry about that.
sorry, that's all right. Yep.
Yeah. Okay, so
speaker, so these are the ones who are available to answer questions, and these are the ones who.
I just want the services to get it. So I don't, if there is something, she cares about the damn money. They don't want to listen to us.
All right, so are we taking a recess here or?
Move for a 3-minute recess? Or not? I don't know. I don't think we can conduct.
Huh?
I don't think we can do anything over the next.
Do we
Yeah.
just take a 5-minute recess?
So, can you take a recess for 5 minutes, please? Hold on, Vivek. Can we take a break for 5 minutes so the room become?
If you're asking, my suggestion, Mr. President, is that if there are speakers wishing to speak on item 21, that we proceed.
Yeah, so we'll proceed with item 21. The room is just too noisy for.
There are speakers on 21?
Yes.
I think we should do that.
No, honestly, this guy. So why is it that you guys are not able to get the police here?
Somebody called and they said that they're coming. The one guy who is here is responding to a dead body in the downtown, and then they said they didn't have enough officers to send. So I can call back. Katie's call. I can call her.
The guy's been disrupting the meeting for 10 times.
I just got a text from my capacity. We're meeting with the police there, left the meeting to come here to help.
I did. I went out and called. So they said they were deploying somebody.
They left Capitol Lake.
Are we on our recess? Did we recess?
No, we didn't. We're not.
Okay.
So we're ready for the public speakers.
Okay, so
So Vanessa McDowell. Actually, we would need a motion. We need a motion on item 21.
So can we have decorum in the room, please? Do you support, oppose, or neither?
Oh, support.
Support, sounds good. Thank you.
Whew, let me calm down for a minute. Let me catch my breath. So I just want to say that when we talk about housing first model, I don't think that it's tree lane housing, affordable housing project. I'm disturbed by, because I have like friends that call me all the time, say, can you come and help us? Can you come and help us? Because the way we're getting treated over here, we feel like we're in prison. So I just came advocating on some of the residents that are not able to come because they are at work. And so I'm the voice for them. So just a few things that Housing First model, in its partnership with the city, first Housing First model should first be this: choices. People over there don't have any choices. 24-hour security, not a Housing First model. Towing people cars, causing more financial hardship, post-traumatic stress, and depression on people who the city say they come to save. Third thing is allowing one visitor. I asked you, one visitor, you allow people, you deny people community. To me, if the city wanted to invest in another public safety building, that would have been the perfect model, because it's not a Housing First model. So I stand here advocating for the people at Tree Lane to, if we want to put services there to lift them, first of all, let's lift their finances by all of the family members and friends who came to visit them that got their cars towed, that put them on financial hardship, and a lot of the families that got evicted trying to get their cars. That's one thing. That's one way the city can pay them back. Second of all, yes, let's provide a team that looks like the people that they serve to come and help support them. But first of all, we have to dismantle a monstrosity that the city has created. The city has created this monstrosity and put this hardship and this, I hear the cries of the people, and that's why we're here. I hear the cries of people because when I hear the Hmong up here crying and say, help us, help us, help us. And those of you that shoes are not dirty, who don't even have a clue how it is to be without a meal, be without a way that, you miss a paycheck, if you're a white privilege, a privilege that was not earned, it was taken by murder of rape by our ancestors, and we as Dane County, it's not a secret. The secret is out. It's the worst place to live across the country for Black people and people of color. And I sit there and I was in tears for the Hmong woman who come here begging for services. And I'm a taxpayer. We are taxpayers. We should not be begging for services. Stop putting, we continue to make the rich richer and oppress the poor, and we live off the backs of those that need us the most. So, and then also to hear, it's just been too much going on today. And then our friend that we invited to come and help advocate, who has a mental health, his intelligence that you don't understand, and 3 police officers come to a city-county meeting, that lets me know that the mental health are not being served, the Hmong are not being served, and the Black people in this state are not being served. We are overlooked, and we are tired, and we are standing, and we expect for our local government to serve. When we talk about violence in Dane County, the most violence comes from those who sit at this table and refuse to serve us.
Wanda, your time is up. Thank you.
I rest my case.
Thank you. Right, so the next person is John Brown.
Good go, Wanda.
I was talking so fast because I'm ripping and running.
Yes, my name is John Brown, and I'm the new CEO of Local, State, and Federal Services. And what I do with Unified Madison is that I follow up and follow through with local, state, and federal services. And also, I have put a proposal into Tree Lane Apartments on the grounds that this is a project, and I came from a project.
So before you proceed, do you also support, oppose, or neither?
Support who?
The resolution that we are talking about. Like when you fill out.
I support.
Okay.
Support.
All right, go ahead.
Yes, but right now I'm in a heavy band right now because right now I really work with the homeless. I really go out in cold and work with the homeless because nobody else will. So I'm dealing with the Salvation Army homeless right now. I'm dealing with staff and also the temporary residents on their behaviors, and we're doing a good job at Salvation Army. Also, I'm working at the Beacon because that crowd of people also is at Salvation Army, brow patches, they're everywhere, you know. So I cover that whole realm of the mental state of the homeless in staff because I found conflict in both of them. So right now, I understand what's happening right now, you know what I'm saying? And I understand that this board is not a board you come to and cry. It's all about fixing the problem, okay? But what thing I can't understand is, when I come to this board right now, I hear a whole lot of crying. I had to leave out the courtroom because I got emotional. But I hear a whole lot of crying. I hear a whole lot of people saying they can fix a problem, and they back at this table not fixing the problem. So it's not on this common council panel board towards the problems not being fixed. Like Barbara say, sometimes we go too far without seeing what it is that we should see. And no one can address that issue. And that's the issue right there to address that. If you give somebody some money, they have to carry the test out. They have to carry the test out. And what it is about the test is, no one in America right now will take the step into that community. They fear. I'm the only one in the community. In 3 years I've been working these streets. I work with Moms, Urban League, Nehemiah. I really work with them directly. I work with all these services that get this money. I have never had $100 in 3 years. And I work for everyone in these services. I bring people off the street to these services. I get them to participate. I did so many applications for homeless people to get in places today. But I have no funds. You see what I'm saying? It's just a different, but I'm not going to cry. I'm going to keep working. But it is so hard for me to work a situation when both sides of the fence, the community in the state, is at a turmoil not to move. You know, there's a turmoil. I'm with the mayor, I'm with the people, I'm with the criminals, I'm with non-criminals, I'm with church people, I'm with everyone. And I can bring them in here who I be with. Most of them in here, about 16 people who know me. But what it is I'm asking for today is, how do I direct a situation that is so towed down that my voice is not heard because so much is towed down that the peoples are dying? This is murder. When a person leaves from this committee, that this committee get leeway to what it is they do, and the peoples lead this committee, and don't get now person in the committee say get the money to. How could they not give the money? And I know everybody said here, I talked to everyone said at this table about finances 2 years ago. But how could the financial departments and everyone give money out and knowing for the last 52 years of my life, they cannot follow that money? And to every day come in this this room, and for the people to think that the government do not work, that is not true. The government do work. It's the people who don't.
Time is up, John.
Okay, my time is up.
Thank you.
Yeah, but it is hard to explain it, but I ain't gonna quit working, but.
All right, the next speaker is Haywood.
So I have 2 minutes.
You have 3 minutes.
3 minutes, that's awesome. Thank you all. I want to thank you all for allowing us to be here and first give thanks for the process in Madison, the process in the state of Wisconsin that allows us to be here today and to speak with you. I want to tell you that I appreciate all the people that are still in the room because when this thing started at 4 o'clock, there were a lot more people here. And I'm appreciative of the ones behind me like John Brown and Wanda Smith and Jennifer Peace and anybody else I didn't name, Vanessa McDowell, and that you all stayed here today. The reason I came before you is because my thing for Madison has been about seeing it heal and come together. It started in 1991 when I came to school here. There was a football team over there in an athletic program that was failing. It was an embarrassment in the country. I lived at Georgia. We had a team, the University of Wisconsin Bulldogs. And from any trip up the road, from Macon, Georgia to Madison, they told us it couldn't work. Why would you leave the South to come play football or to go to school in Wisconsin? And there were some amazing people with vision at the University of Wisconsin at that time. Some of them are famous to you today. One would be Donna Shalala. Another one would be Barry Alvarez and some others. And since that time, in 1994, this city has been a winner and that university has been a winner. So I sit here in front of you today saying that we can do it again. But the thing that we did there is we learned to communicate and we unified. We came together. There was one thing we stood for, and that was that W, and that was the brand that was the University of Wisconsin and the brotherhood that we shared together. Today in Madison, if you remember me, we sat together in 2016, I think, just before our president was elected, and we sat and there were 3,000 or thousands of people down at the Energy Center. And I was a part of an organization that time where we were asked to come and facilitate a conversation.
Yes.
And to help Madison talk. And Madison did it with almost no police. We did it. We sat down and talked, and people felt heard. And still today, United We Stand Madison is going. And I met John Brown a few weeks ago, and he said, hey, well, we need to get this city together. And I agreed, because I sat in your middle schools, I sat in your senior centers, and the people do not communicate, and they're not being heard. There are millions and billions of dollars that get exchanged in this building, yet I'm sitting with 10 to 12 people who we fund a lot of this out of our pockets. On the south side of Madison, I feed 2 or 3 veterans every day. On the south side of Madison, we feed kids every day. At Tree Lane, there are people who need your help, and they haven't been heard. Like the conversation we had before, it sounds like there was a building with an idea from a city that had never worked that was put over at Tree Lane. I'm asking you to have a conversation with those people. I sit on the board of the Center for Community Stewardship. We help people have conversation. They work. It's working on the north side. It's working on the south side. I thank you for your time, and I ask you to listen to the people.
Thank you. You also you didn't mark whether or not you support.
I am for.
For it. All right, sounds good. The next speaker is Douglas.
First of all, I'd like to say thank you to all y'all, you know what I'm saying, for trying to provide for the community, especially you, Ms. Barber. I love you for what you did for us last year by giving us that picnic. It was a separate picnic, but you gave us the picnic. Love you. Okay, moving forward, I come today to ask for funding for urban coordination and unify. We need this money because some fact is right now our community is in desperate need of funding. And when I say desperate need, I mean desperate need. Our kids right now are going to the retail stores that's close to their schools, which is Tree Lane and all these different areas that have these stores. They're stealing. We should not have them stealing. We should have money to provide for them if they need lunch money or whatever they need within their community so that they don't be stealing cars and stores. They come from stores, stealing at them stores, and it leads on. It becomes a ripple effect. And what y'all possessing us is these ripples effect because you do not want to put this money. So we ask that you give Unify. You know what I'm saying? Unify, which we have all our black people. See them right here? We know all of us. One thing about Unify, Mr. John Brown has made sure everybody in this community knew Unify because of me. I said, bro, go find them. Because I know you're scared of me. See all the police got out there? You're scared of me. So I get a brother like my brother here, John Brown, that you're not scared of. You see how we work this here plan for God? Look how we work this plan for God. I'm going to show you how God put this together. Y'all ain't never seen me before in your life, and then you say I'm crazy. I'm far from crazy. You see this man right here? Is we crazy? We know everybody in the community. Do we call this meeting today? Okay, let's move. Move fast. So we ask that y'all give us somewhat in the range from anywhere from 3. We ask this for front money. We're looking to make our own money. We're not looking for you to keep funding us because every time you fund us, it's never enough because you got too many people, as we've seen the moms and everybody else, you get funded, and you got people stealing funding. So we're saying is we're trying to make our own impact. If we do need y'all, if y'all need us, we're here. We're not asking to take nothing that we're not willing to pay back. Like you're giving these money away and there's no payback. And it's unlimited funds that you're giving away. So we ask that we don't want unlimited funds. We want enough funding so we can get our programs. Like you said, these homeless people, we can start buying houses. We don't want to rent no more houses. We want to buy. We've been here long enough to buy houses. We've been here long enough to have grocery stores. We've been here long enough to have everything that y'all have. So on that note, we've been here so long, we should have a Capitol building with our own police department, but you refuse us that. So we ask today, Unify got a non-profit organization. I got one called Urban Coordination coming. We ask that you put this fund instead of to moms. I love her though, but her people, like you said again, they're not gonna give us the resources that we need because they're too busy. I don't know what they got going on. Moms know that she do stand on it though. At the end of the day, she tell them, this is where the funds better be, this is where it better go. I know they do it, because they tell me, we gotta go talk to Barbara. But we do anything, we talk to Barbara. So, knowing that, today, we here for our own. You know what I'm saying? We got people that watch, look at all the people that watch over. We got more than this. We got way more. We got some prominent men that need this money so they can step outside the guideline to make sure we protect it in every state in Wisconsin, not just here. And on that, enjoy your day.
Thank you.
Tell me my grandpa, he taught me this. Like y'all got to talk to all that. My grandpa taught me that one. We live for 350 million. I mean, 350,000.
So the next registrant is it Belinda Richardson?
We can't solve the problem. We need money to solve the problem.
Please have patience with me. It's my first time
Yeah, take your
doing
time.
one of these, but all right. So first of all, I'll just kind of just be straight to the point. And I think with Tree Lane, I think what a lot of people are missing is that we're here to serve the families. As Vanessa has stated, YWCA is pulling out March 15, and we have to figure out as a community, how are we going to support these families until the city is able to find another service provider to kind of fill in that gap. And I think with Tree Lane, it have been just so mudded through the community that we're missing the main point, which is the families. And I think with the supportive services, the main role is to provide those case management services, to uplift those families, to help those families become independent and part of a community that sometimes eventually does not really accept them. But our role as, well, I can just say I'm a case manager with the Road Home, and I feel like my role as a case manager is to provide services, and we need to keep that at the forefront. It's not about the politics that's behind it, but it's about us serving the families and making sure that in this time frame from, I think it says not beyond December, from March to December, how do we keep Tree Lane afloat and the families, help the families maintain housing? And I think with this extra funding that will be provided, this would give more resources to the case managers as well as the families, so that way we can help them get families and children connected to community resources for mental health services, job resources in the community to increase income so they can be self-sufficient, and also wraparound services and things of that nature. So I think that's all I have to say. I'm just so nervous, so I'm just gonna end it right there.
Thank you.
it does.
All right, so the next speaker is Michael. Yes.
Thank you for this opportunity. My name is Michael Goldberg. I'm the Executive Director with Heartland Housing. So we are the development company. We're a nonprofit affordable housing development company that was selected by the city to work with the YWCA, our partner, on the development and operation of Tree Lane Apartments. And so the charge was clear. The development was part of the mayor's initiative to end homelessness in Madison, this being the first development to serve chronically homeless families. And so part of that is with chronically homeless families, you're dealing with a lot of traumas. The folks that we're housing have generally been in the Madison homeless system for about 4 years, and there's been traumas, domestic violence, mental health issues, substance abuse, just a lot of difficulties that they've had maintaining housing stability and that independence that we all hope that they will have. And so, we opened with the hope of, it was going to be successful. By our experience, we know there are always challenges when you open buildings like this, and especially when you move a chronically homeless population from one of instability and uncertainty to one of a community-based setting. And so, we've had to make a lot of pivots and changes to our approach. And one of them really is, as Vanessa said from the YWCA, that clearly as we're working with these families, we haven't been open for very long, about 7 months. But one of the things that's clear is to support these families, we really do need additional funding for additional supportive services, as other speakers have said, to help them manage day-to-day life, to increase the amount of youth services and programming, to help with address the mental illness, to help with conflict resolution. Some of those things that, are just survival skills right now, but when you move to a community-based setting, are the things that we need to work on. And so I'm here for questions, but ultimately I appreciate the consideration that's being given by the City of Madison as a strong partner in this development. And thank you for this opportunity.
Thank you. All right, so we have a couple of people registered, but wishing not to speak. Joel Corey supports item 21. Kritin, is it Rosnick? Also support item 21. Heidi? Whitewell supports item 21. Melissa Manning also supports item 21. So those are the registrants. Any questions for the speakers? No? Deliberations? No?
We don't have a motion, I don't believe.
We do not have?
I move adoption of the substitute resolution.
Second.
Seconded, all right. Discussions on the item?
Do you have staff join us?
Kim, Natalie? All right.
Do you wish to send anything beyond what's in the resolution and
Alder Vivier, I
to go?
provided a background memo very late in the day, shortly before your meeting started, that
Laura's distributing it now, so some of us haven't seen it yet. Could you highlight
Sure.
any specific points you think we should know from the memo?
Yep. So the essence of this,
I haven't seen it yet.
the essence of this resolution is to follow up on a resolution that this committee took up a bit ago. That one being to provide additional funding for short-term security enhancements at the Tree Lane property. As part of the discussion of that, you were advised that there would be a second resolution following that would recommend funding for additional funding for support services for the families at Tree Lane. You heard earlier that YWCA of Madison, the support service provider that was in place when this project opened in the end of June, announced their intention to leave effective in the middle of March. And so we have responded to that situation by reassessing the funding that is available at that property for support services. And we have been working hard to, on an interim basis, identify providers of services that we think are critical for that property and those residents to be successful. The resolution puts forward a budget amendment for 2019 totaling just over $275,000. That funding is in addition to resources that are currently provided, approximately $165,000 some of it coming from the Heartland Housing Property Budget, $50,000 of it coming from a City Homeless Services Fund funding grant, and $25,000 from a United Way grant. So this $275,000 would supplement that funding, and it would be used primarily to provide the staffing structure that I think was envisioned when this property was opened, an on-site presence that would include case management staff, 2 full-time case managers and a lead worker, a provider of mental health services, whether those are on-site or available off-site or both, something still to be determined, and a youth resource coordinator to help connect those 100-plus young people living at Tree Lane with out-of-school time activities that are available in West Madison. Finally, there is additional funding requested through this amendment to expand the capacity of existing elementary and middle school age out-of-school time programming. Those programs are near or at capacity, and the point of this extra funding is to provide additional capacity that these young people could take advantage of. It's important, particularly given the conversation a little while ago, it's important to understand that we are recommending in this resolution that sole source contracts be awarded to the Road Home to provide case management services and to have funds available for mental health services and for other discretionary program support. We are recommending that be the case on a temporary basis while we set about preparing a request for proposals to identify and bring back to the council a longer-term provider of those services. We're also recommending sole source contracts be entered into with Lucier Community Education Center and with the Wisconsin Youth Company and their Elver Park Neighborhood Center as providers of those elementary and middle school out-of-school time programs that we mentioned about, including programming for this summer. Similarly to what I described with a pending RFP for longer-term services, we would anticipate folding these funds into an RFP that is already scheduled for later this year that would allocate funds for 2020 to support child and youth programming. So that's the essence of the amendment. I'd be remiss if I didn't tell you that because we are now 2 months into the year, that the funding level that is required by this resolution, that's requested in this resolution, would grow in 2020 and beyond as we realize both a full year's worth of funding for services that are able to be prorated, some this year, and as we recognize that the out-of-school time program will cover both a spring and fall semester, whereas in 2019 we're dealing with just the fall semester. So there is in Legistar, there is an attached budget that accompanied this resolution that lays out those added costs. Annualized, I think the total is about $430,000. I mentioned that there are other funding sources, and I want to point out that though the United Way has not yet taken final action on this item, they have effectively committed to increasing their financial commitment to services at Tree Lane from their current $25,000 to $75,000. I think they're open to the possibility of providing additional support, though I certainly don't want to go. I certainly don't want to speak for them on that. And just as we believed when we entered into this arrangement in June upon the building's opening, we think that there are other funders and other funding sources that can and should be tapped, and we have every intention of pursuing those, not the least of which is medical assistance. I'm wary of making estimates about the potential funds that might be generated through the medical assistance program because, as you know, we've struggled a little bit to make that happen at Rethke Terrace. But I think it's a viable funding source, and it's just a matter of determining how to make that work. And so that $430,000 ongoing cost, I hope to be a worst-case scenario and one that we might be able to drive down a bit as other sources of fundings emerge. So unless I've missed something, Lynette or Natalie, that you'd like to add, be happy to entertain any questions that you might have.
Olivier, do you have questions?
I do have some more. I don't need to go first, though, but I think I'll start out by asking, how are things going as of today at the Tree Lane building? Obviously, we heard criticism, and perhaps well-placed criticism, that the measures that have taken have not been received by all there. Could you, one or more of you, generally speak to how things have perhaps progressed at Tree Lane since you were last at the Finance Committee with the Security Services Resolution?
Well, as you know, Alder Revere, there's been a safety team that the mayor put in place that Gloria Reyes is coordinating, and we've been meeting weekly since the end of November. That group, which is comprised of city staff, it's comprised of representatives from Heartland Housing, the YWCA. Alder Skidmore has been a regular attendee. Folks from MPI Security, the private security firm that Heartland employs, has been part of those conversations. And in the course of those conversations, there have been a whole host of improvements and enhancements that have been made regarding just a whole variety of different property management, I think in particular, procedures and protocols. Heartland has increased its funding for security services that would complement the extra funds that the mayor is seeking to improve safety and security in that property. We still think that is a useful and important part of the overall strategy to stabilize that property. So there have been some changes and some improvements. There's been a lot of attention paid, I'm sure you know, to police calls for service. It's only one measure of progress at the property, but I'm happy to report that in the last couple of weeks, there's been a decided reduction in calls for service as just one measure of what we hope is an improving situation. Clearly, there's a lot more that needs to be done, and we think that providing appropriate support for effective support services is going to go a long, long ways toward providing stability to the families that live at Tree Lane Apartments and to the property and the neighborhood more generally. So, Natalie, unless you've got.
Yeah, I guess I would say that I think over the months since we first started meeting on the property, we have seen improved communication between the service provider and the property management company and the security provider. And I think that communication going forward is going to continue to be really critical. We've seen better problem solving around residents who were experiencing some issues that could cause instability of their housing, and really having people work together to look at those issues. But I think there's still a long way to go. I believe that the road home, with their history and their experience and their dedication to
problem solving, to de-escalating conflict, to working with people to help them stay stable in their housing is really, we're very fortunate that they are willing to enter into this short-term contract. And we're very hopeful that we will continue to see improvement around that coordination of services with the property manager, so that we're not looking at a security solution, but we're actually looking at a supportive services solution.
All right. Anything to add, Lynette? No? Well, I'm glad to hear that using at least some barometers, you find improvements since we last talked at this table about the issues at Tree Lane. And you did cover and anticipate many of my questions, not only just now, but in your earlier summary of your memo, Jim. But to hone in on one thing that we just talked about, and that is the security issue. You're saying that as of tonight, you do recommend that the Common Council approve that $165,000 in additional appropriation and have the additional services by MPI there. Things haven't improved that dramatically that it's not necessary.
We do continue to recommend that expenditure. I think the footprint could be made a little bit smaller as we move through the year, and that $175,000 annual cost could be reduced just a little bit more if you chose to do so. But I think one of the challenges that remains at Tree Lane is the presence of people on that property that are not authorized to be there, in many cases are not wanted to be there by residents. And so I think there's additional work that needs to be done to get the cooperation and buy-in of some of those access policies, how people get into and stay at the property. I'm talking primarily about guests and visitors. So the fact that continues to be problematic frequently causes disruption at the property, and it's something I think that we think is worth focusing on. And a more stable and secure environment, we think, lays the groundwork for an environment that those support services can be most effective in.
Obviously, Mr. Goldberg is here, and we could ask him, but how much additional funding has Heartland committed towards security? And if it is a significant amount of money, couldn't we reduce the appropriation at our next council meeting?
The property budget at opening provided $145,000 for security. As of the 1st of January, Heartland increased that amount by a little over $80,000. And the intent of that was to provide a level of funding that would support a 24-hour-a-day, 7-day-a-week security presence at the property. The point of the additional city funding is to provide a second security staff presence on weekends and during evening hours. Times of the day that have proven to be most problematic with issues around access and entry to the building, unauthorized access and entry to the building. And I think the understanding is that as a single security person has responsibilities to monitor the entire property and are drawn away from that front entrance, leaving it unchecked, that sort of frustrates the point of trying to monitor at all times that front entrance. And so by providing a second security guard, it will at least temporarily ensure that there is always somebody at that front entrance monitoring its use.
You want to add something?
Yeah, I just want to add, as we're looking at doing the RFP and looking for a new supportive service provider as well, we are talking about its core hours right now that property management staff are at that building from 8 to 5. So we are talking about putting an extra security person there from that 5 p.m. to 8 a.m. slot when there's not core staff there, kind of off-peak hours. I think as we look at expanding support services and potentially expanding, property management and their interaction in the building, we could have more staff on site. That would also decrease the amount of time that you need a second security person to be accessing that front door.
That would be great, obviously. So pivoting more importantly to the support services, why we're talking about this tonight, has Heartland, and again, I realize Mr. Goldberg's here, but has Heartland committed to any additional funds for support services? Obviously, you've shared that United Way of Dane County is tentatively, believe that they can appropriate an additional $50,000, correct? Or is it, so?
United Way, right?
United Way of Dane County. Have we asked, and has Heartland been able to provide any additional funding beyond the $90,000 for support services?
I'll let Mr. Goldberg speak to that. I can only suggest, though, that spending $145,000 of their current budget on security is money that they would probably much rather spend on support services, but I don't want to speak for Michael.
Yeah, so a couple of responses. One, Jim is absolutely right. Natalie mentioned it before as well. Ultimately, the goal is for the solution not to be a security solution, that it should be a service-based solution, and so the funding can come down from those levels. We have the budget, and so affordable housing, the way it works, we have a budget based on rents, and which is the main income for the property, to support things like services and security and staffing and all of that. And there, as Jim mentioned, there is money in the budget for services currently, which is a great thing. And we've made the commitment for extra security funding. Hopefully that's temporary as well. What we have done is been very active from before the opening of the building, going to foundations and different philanthropies to see if we could raise funds in that way as well. And we've made that commitment to continue doing that. In fact, we have proposals out right now to increase that funding even beyond what it is at the moment. And that's really how we're trying to increase the funds for the property for supportive services at this time.
I appreciate that.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Sure.
And then some other questions. I'll try to be quick here. And again, Jim, your memo was very helpful, as well as the other information in the packet that we had. Could you briefly explain to us how you were able to, since this is a sole source request, how you were able to choose the providers, select the providers that you did select? Obviously, they're all to an organization highly qualified and experienced. There's no doubt in that. And in the case of the youth programming, obviously geographic considerations came into consideration. Could you just speak to how that came about, that, for example, the Road Home was asked to be the sole source provider for the case management?
I think Lynette is dying to weigh in on this. Yeah.
So the Y notified us around the middle of November that they would be terminating their services. So the first thing that we did was we met with the Y to determine what the needs were of the residents at Tree Lane. We wanted to get their feedback to kind of hear what support services we needed to make sure we were focusing on. The Y's original plan was to have 3 case managers there, 2 case managers and a lead case manager and a youth coordinator. After doing some assessments with residents as they moved in, we identified that we absolutely needed to make sure that we were connecting with mental health specialists as well. So the next thing that we did after we kind of did this needs assessment is sent out an email to the Homeless Services Consortium around December 20th, kind of stating what was happening, giving them an update of the fact that we've opened the building, that there was going to be a change in services, that we were proactively looking for an interim, and that then we would do an RFP process. Through that email, we did get some agencies contacting us, asking us questions and asking to meet with us. We also proactively went and met with some agencies. The main thing that we were looking at for the interim services as we work on doing the RFP is someone that was already kind of connected to our community and providing those services. We wanted to make sure that there was no disruption in services for the tenants, and what was more important was a warm handoff between the Y and the next service provider, so those families are making sure that they are getting the connections that they need at the building. So we were looking for someone who's currently doing case management in permanent supportive housing, someone that already understood our community's what we call written standards. So those are the standards that the city and the Homeless Services Consortium kind of put on the programs, making sure we all have a common understanding of what the expectations are and what those performance measures are. Even though we have an interim provider going in there, we wanted to make sure that those performance measures would be met of what our expectations were. We also wanted to make sure it was an agency that was already connected with what we call our homeless management information system. So that's our database, because the amount of time it takes to kind of get new staff in and train them kind of takes a while. So the road home, we actually met with about 12 different agencies through this process of seeing what people's current capacity is, their understanding of the residents, the understanding of their services, and their current collaboration with the Y. The road home works closely with the Y and other rapid rehousing programs, so the staff are already connected with each other in many ways, that it just became a good fit, that we could do that warm handoff as we now can work on the RFP, continue to identify additional needs and release that RFP and select a team of providers. I think that's the big thing as well with the RFP that we're looking at. That's going to be a little different is we're not looking for just a service agency to come in and replace the Y. We want to make sure what we're calling a housing stabilization team. So we're looking for an agency that can do that case management, kind of that place-based, but agencies that can also work on mental health services, potentially peer support, some of those more wraparound services that maybe one agency doesn't house all under their roof, but there is a team approach in what we can provide for the residents at Tree Lane.
I appreciate that.
What Kristen and the Road Home were able to offer that no other organization that we talked to could was the ability to deliver on day one very experienced veteran staff, some of the best staff, in my opinion, in the city. Other organizations were looking to need to recruit and hire, and that would have taken some time to get folks on board and train. So I agree with Natalie. We couldn't be much more fortunate than to have gotten the Road Home to agree to take part in this interim period.
I certainly appreciate all the work that Lynette and others on your team have done to get us to where we are tonight. It goes without saying that obviously hindsight's 2020, but we should have appropriated substantially more money to make a housing first model work for formerly homeless families. And to that point, am I correct that, and I can ask Vanessa since she's still here, but as Vanessa said in her testimony, the reason why the YWCA made the difficult decision to pull out was largely based on lack of appropriate financing. Does it go without saying that the Y was asked if we did appropriate additional funds, if they would be interested in continuing, and they declined? Is that a fair representation? Obviously, we can ask Vanessa herself, but would you be more comfortable if I ask her to come forward and answer that? Lynette's smiling, maybe, if you don't mind.
So,
could you come forward? Okay.
Yeah, so I'd certainly feel much more comfortable letting Vanessa explain their reasoning, but we did not have a conversation about the possibility of additional funding and whether that would make a difference. When Vanessa called me, it was clear that the organization had made up its mind.
Yeah, and I would say for us, it is not the sole reason. I won't elaborate tonight, but I will say the funding definitely was one of the reasons going into this project. We knew that we weren't getting the sufficient funds we needed to fully staff. Like Lynette said, we were planning on a youth person. We needed another case manager and things like that. So the budget got really skinny, if you will, to kind of see if we can make it happen with bare minimum funds. And so at this point, we decided it's not a good move for us. And I do want to acknowledge too that I want to acknowledge my staff that have bared through this. This has been a rough process, a lot of variables, and a lot of people involved at this point. And so I want to acknowledge my staff here, JL, who's done an amazing job with managing our staff and the property, as well as Jessica and Tamaha, who are the case managers. They're there on site. And this is something, you know, we've done in this community for over 100 years, you know, our downtown building. So we know how to manage property and do these things, but there are other factors that just didn't really align with our mission and where we're going, so.
You clearly weren't interested in continuing, even if we
No.
been able to supply additional funding.
Yeah.
I appreciate that. I don't want to put you on the spot further. Thanks.
No
very
problem.
much. Thank you for being here so late too, Vanessa. The other quick, and I promise I'll try to get through this, my list here, just so I understand, and just correct me if I'm getting this wrong, but each of the purchase of service agencies that you're suggesting we have sole source contracts with, each of them perhaps would be interested in responding to that future RFP, or have any or some of them given you a direction that, no, we're only helping you because this is a crisis, and I hate to bind them to anything tonight because the RFP will come out much later in the future, but.
So Kristen is hesitating just a bit. Their commitment is for this interim period, and though we would certainly welcome their interest in being part of the property longer term, we're not expecting that they will bid or compete in that RFP. I think it's more than likely that Lucier and Wisconsin Youth Company would be interested in continuing to work with elementary and middle school children after the interim period. And the benefit of that is that they're already administering youth programs that are connected to John Muir Elementary School and Jefferson Middle School, where most of these children attend school.
It states that the Road Home will absolutely has committed to continuing the provision of services until a new provider is on board. It doesn't say that clearly, at least when I've read this a couple times, about Lucier and Wisconsin Youth Company, but you're saying that absolutely categorically, not only have those two committed to the interim period, there's not any definite time that they would choose to not continue those services, and indeed they would most very likely, each of those organizations would respond to the RFP and wish to continue this into the next year.
They've committed to a summer program, summer youth program, and to after-school programming in the fall semester of this year. The RFP that we'll conduct later this summer will allocate funds for 2020 and beyond, and they are regular participants in that funding process, so I would have every reason to think that they would be interested in continuing to serve this population.
Great. My last question is really a process question, and that is that the substitute resolution language doesn't specifically give the figures for these sole source contracts. Obviously, the attachment that you spoke to earlier, Jim, and the non-competitive selection requests call out the specific dollar amounts for each of the nonprofit organizations. Was that deliberate? Is there a reason why perhaps we shouldn't do a second substitute resolution that specifically calls out each and every one of the appropriations in a specific dollar amounts?
No reason. As you might imagine, there were a lot of moving pieces, and this resolution was prepared relatively quickly, and
Understand?
it's an item that was overlooked. Certainly could address it in a second substitute.
I don't know that it's necessary, and I hate to create more work for staff, but it just seems to me that, again, you kind of have to go to different other documents to figure out what the specific amounts of money for each of the agencies is. And so if you had the time, and I realize this was kind of done on 11th hour deadline for the Finance Committee agenda, preparing the resolution and, which was introduced by title only, so the substitute resolution and the fiscal note, you had to do a rush job. I think it would probably be good practice, especially since the council meeting is a week later than usual. So, thank you all very much. I really appreciate all the work you've, not only being here so late tonight, but moreover, all the work that all of you have put into trying to help the families at Tree Lane. So thank you.
Further question? Alderman McKinney?
Before you leave, so I want us to be very specific in terms of going back and putting in those dollar amounts allocated for the purchase of service. I think that that's very important, so I want to make sure that that ask is there. The programs that these purchase of service contracts, will there be some kind of reporting? How will you know which programs are being offered? Will that be specifically spelled out in the RFP so that you know what kind of services are coming into that community? Will that be that kind of specificity?
Yeah, I think we hope to learn more as we develop this RFP, and by working with the road home case managers, get a little bit more insight on what some of those needs might be, and we'll certainly pursue that in the RFP and ask those organizations that respond to that RFP to lay out their expectations for the services that would be provided. Then we'll obviously have contracts and monthly reporting on those contracts as we go forward, like all of our contracts.
I think Jim's memo lays out nicely that there are services around case management, mental health services, youth programming, and youth programming coordination. So there are some specific things here that, given Lynette and Jim's original work on what are those proposed services, that are defined here in this memorandum.
Okay. Will there be fees associated with participation? Will these families be expected to pay any kind of participation fee, or is that rolled into that?
I expect that most of those programs would not come with fees, but there is an allocation of discretionary program spending that in the event that there are fees that might prove to be obstacles for participation, funds could be available to help defray those or pay those.
Because that's very important, because sometimes families are not able to participate because there's a cost associated with that, and I want to make sure that
one of those costs is often transportation, and so that's certainly an expense that we anticipate, and that is built into this budget.
In the two sole source contracts that are being recommended, there would not be fees for those youth to participate, and I believe there's a provision for transportation there as well. So the RFP will be, we don't know the result of that yet, but the sole source contracts do not require those youth to pay those fees. Do I have that correct? No.
I have a couple of other questions. Is there a specific number of students that you're looking at, or would just be open to, will that be built into the RFP as well? Do they have to service so many youth, or just general open to youth who live in that area?
So if I understand your question, we are not, with these funds, we are not looking to create youth programs for Tree Lane students specifically. Rather, we are looking to expand the capacity of existing after-school or out-of-school time programs so that the children that live at Tree Lane and that go to school at John Muir or at Jefferson can participate in out-of-school time programming that is available to their peers there. So we will ask that there be a concerted effort through the expansion of those programs to reach out to Tree Lane families and encourage children living there to take advantage of those programs and then provide the necessary supports.
No allocated slots. I mean, if they can only service 50, there will be no allocated slots for Tree Lane youth.
I think not.
I think the idea is that there would be a coordination of intake. So as those slots open up, working through school social workers and others, there would be a coordination to see that those children at Tree Lane get on those lists and into those slots.
I was just going to say, because right now we are expanding programs that already have kids enrolled. So as we expand, the goal is to have that coordination first before it goes out to kind of an open process to all kids on the west side.
Okay, thank you. My final question is from the gentleman from Heartland. I just have to ask you that. Would you come to the table, please? One of the statements you made is that that you did not want this to be a security-based solution, and rather a service-based solution. And so my simple question is that from the beginning, the intent. Why was not the intent to be a service-based solution from day one?
Well, it clearly is, but at the moment, from the very beginning, we had in the budget dollars for services as well as for security. And we're finding in the first 7 months that we need more of both. Our hope is, and it's been stated a couple times, that as we're able to stabilize the property, as we build more trust with our residents, as those residents get more engaged with services and get more engaged with their community on the west side of Madison, that some of the things that we're seeing that have been highlighted in terms of the need for a security response, those needs will go down. And so the amount of funding that will need to go towards security will go down. And we can really focus on those services that are meant to be there to help our families thrive. And so to help the kids stay in school and achieve all they can in school, to help the parents deal with whatever hurdles or challenges that they've had to housing stability and more independence, that will be the focus of the programming within the building at the same time that security can go down. That's the goal of this kind of housing.
And just as a closing comment from me is that that probably should have been the focus going in. I'm assuming that should have been the service-based solution should have been going in day one, not retroactively, because it's evolved to security-based, which is unfortunate. And now we're putting services there. And so it's just a comment, because that's what I'm seeing is that your comment was that you wanted to move to a service-based solution rather than a security-based solution. And I would have thought that should have been what it would have been going in. So it's an observation.
Yeah.
Right, further questions? Anybody? No? All right, well, thank you. Deliberations, discussions on the item? Anybody? All right, we did have a motion already, right? All right, then we'll come to a vote. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed say no. All right, the motion passes. Now we are on item 21. Can I get a motion on item 20, please? 19? 19, yes.
Move adoption.
Second.
All right, moved and seconded. George, do you want to come forward? And Natalie? All right, George, good evening. You give us a rundown.
I'll start with a rundown, and others can jump in. As most of you know, last May, the decision was made by the council at Judge Doyle Square to continue construction from the below-grade garage up through the podium. The podium includes 8,000 square feet of retail space and about 140 parking spaces. Those 140 parking spaces were being built to support development above the podium, the portion that we refer to as the podium. The parking utility was tapped to put in about $11 million of additional funding to build that podium and pay for it, and the idea was that the air rights above the podium would be leased, and those proceeds from the air rights on both Block 88 and on Block 105 would be used to repay the parking utilities investment in the podium. In January, the decision was made on Block 88 to purchase the Beitler Development Group's rights to the air rights above the podium on Block 88. And at that time, the negotiating team sat down and talked about where and how we would go forward, given the fact that Beitler no longer had the development rights above the podium. In that process, we recognized that our schedule was we would be coming out of the ground in March on the below-grade parking, that it would take us until about August to get to the top of the podium and until October to actually complete the podium. And at that point, we would have a permanent roof with a parapet and a membrane that was meant to finish the podium done. We'd also have the situation where the below-grade parking could be opened and would not ever have to be closed down for constructing above the podium. If we were to have a developer on board for the air rights above the podium in the June timeframe, we felt that we could be in a situation where we could remove the roof, that permanent roof, because we'd have a developer who would be able to kind of continue on a relatively quick time frame with the development above. And so at that time, we made the recommendation that RFP be issued to the development community to build what was previously planned for the air rights above the podium, which was apartments, and that the parking in the podium be made available to support those apartments. We have talked to a fairly wide range of developers, local developers, who are interested in the development in the air rights. And we have received feedback that some of them would like to see an RFP that not only would accept housing, but also would accept proposals around commercial space, or a mix of uses with some commercial space and some apartments. At this time, the resolution is drafted, makes a recommendation that the RFP only ask for housing to be developed above the podium. And our thinking around that was that the more simple and straightforward the issuance of the RFP, the higher likelihood that we would actually be able to get somebody on board, vet their proposal, get them in place in time to really value engineer and make sure that what we were building in the podium was something that they could use above. So at this time, what's before you is a resolution authorizing a request for proposals to seek a developer to complete the private portion of the Judge Doyle Block 88 development. And the portions of the RFP would look at issuing an RFP by the end of April, or excuse me, by the end of February, which means we need to move through committees and get back to the council by February 26th, which will allow us to get development proposals in by April, bring back recommendations on a developer by May or June, and then negotiate a transaction June, July, August with somebody. And also as currently drafted, the RFP sets forth that the proposals should be for housing, for a housing land use with a workforce housing component involved as well. A number of other things in the resolution that I'm sure you've read, but I think that hits the highlights.
It does.
Right? Anything else, George? You? No?
Yeah, they summarized it very
Questions?
nicely.
Any questions? No? All right. So we have a motion already. Olivier, do you have questions?
Yeah. Thank you. You covered everything pretty much, Natalie. I want to apologize for you all being here at almost 9 o'clock at night. Obviously, it was best to hear from the community rather than keep the agenda order. And I apologize, I didn't see you in the crowded audience either, Kevin, when I said apologies to George and Natalie. I didn't think Patricia, well, I didn't, honestly, I don't know if Mike May would have stayed this long, Patricia, with Kevin here. So you deserve a special gold star for being here till 9 o'clock too. So anyway, thanks to the city attorney's office. Just from my perspective, obviously, well, maybe my colleagues don't realize this, but to say it clearly, I've had regular communication, particularly with Natalie, but on this for, it seems like almost on a daily basis the last few weeks, and George to some extent as well, as to the specifics for affordable housing requirement, as well as the big issue that Natalie raised of, do we limit this to residential development or commercial also being welcome, or mixed use variety? So I can't remember what day we last talked. Was it Thursday night, Natalie? Okay. I know it was very late in the day, well after 5 o'clock that we talked. Thursday night, and you had a conversation with the mayor, and there seemed to be evolving clearly on what we would be doing here. So as of tonight, I mean, I heard what you said about why it's what it is. If you said it, I apologize, I missed it. I was dealing with the request for something on this agenda while you were talking, but are you saying that as of tonight, the Judge Doyle Square staff team would suggest amending, I guess, number C2 in the resolution, or wait and get feedback from the other committees? That, as you know, this has been referred to a myriad of committees, and we're the first committee that you're visiting with on this resolution tonight.
Yeah, so I think I'd like to be very clear that the more things that get hung into this RFP, the harder it will be for us to execute without unforeseen conditions. I think after talking, we have agreed that you could open this up and say, we'll accept proposals with either a mix of uses, commercial space, or housing. You should all be aware that the amount of parking we have, 140 spaces, with the ratios that people expect, only support about 50,000 square feet of commercial space. But it's also one-time use. You know, the parking is at the same time if you have a commercial use above. So if you combined housing and commercial space, you might be able to get more efficient parking. You might be able to get more than the 50,000 square feet plus or minus of commercial space. So given that we've gotten feedback that there are tenants that are looking, that the development community, or at least some people in the development community, want more flexibility in their proposal, I think we feel that we could vet those proposals if it said either housing or mixed use or commercial space. George, I'm interested in your comment on that.
Our perspective when we began this exercise after the Beitler resolution passed the council last month was really that time is of the essence. We have a one-time opportunity as we're building this podium. If we can connect with a developer that we would choose, we have a one-time opportunity to potentially save some money. How does our roof meet their floor? And we get that once if we can identify a developer by June and move the process so that before we're done, we can determine whether we can leave certain aspects of the roof for them to do because they're just continuing construction or doing it shortly thereafter. So that has been a key issue in terms of how this was originally drafted. I would add that the Plan Commission and Council did rezone the site as a housing site for a 144-unit housing project, and that has been cleared and will be recorded soon as the zoning for Block 88 above the municipal garage and the retail at grade. And so when you combine these issues, that's really what drove us to make the recommendations you see here, is that we had a one-time opportunity. It was zoned for housing. This RFP would then implement the city's decision to want to do a housing project on this site. We purposely went out and let the developers know that this was in the works in town and to get some feedback. And one of the pieces of feedback, as Natalie indicated, was that commercial could work here. There's no doubt. We thought the housing was the best and highest and best land use because you could get the most density. And as a result, probably a bit higher tax base and for this site. So all these things come into play, but it's in the central business district. And so I think one of the key issues, if you want to broaden it, as Natalie suggested, to include mixed use or commercial space, I think that would be well received by the development community. And I would think we would get we get all kinds of proposals, potentially, in terms of diversity of use.
Well, as Natalie knows, I've heard personally from the development community that's interested in this, and I can now count on more than one hand the number of developers that have talked to me about this resolution. So I'm at 6 now, to be honest with all of you. So some are very much arguing, to share with all of you around the table here, some are very much arguing that we open this up and allow any sort of land use adjacent to where we sit. Others are concerned that the affordable housing requirement as written, as introduced, is problematic, is too stringent. There's one proposal that Natalie and I have talked about that is a mixed use that I think could be very appropriate, that if can come to pass would be, I think, some meaningful affordable housing as well as a commercial component that has been discussed. So my perspective on this has been to really let the real estate experts that are been aiding us, that is, namely the two of you I'm looking at, George and Natalie, in no particular order, though, with that said. And no offense to you, Kevin, but I mean, I haven't been talking to you, and I don't know, you've developed a lot of things, even though you're a great lawyer, obviously. So you're really, if I'm reading between the lines, you're saying that you really don't have a strong recommendation to us tonight, one way or the other?
We provided a basis for why what's in front of you is there.
Absolutely.
And I think that was
Which is
based
very
on what
helpful.
we've discussed.
Yes.
Other factors come into play, and I think we're in the position that, given the interest that's been shown, it's probably to the city's interest that we allow that to happen. We as a city allow that to happen.
And although he's out of town tonight, the mayor seems to concur in that based on what you represented to me earlier, Natalie, right?
Yes.
So as the other sponsor of the resolution, he's.
I think the mayor would be satisfied with that.
So if we did allow for the receipt of commercial or mixed use proposals for this block, how would you propose we articulate the issue of affordable or at least workforce housing? Would you suggest that that requirement, which is number 2, be instead folded back? There have been earlier drafts of this too that I realize my colleagues have been privy to, but folded back as it originally somewhat was in number 4, and say that a high priority would be given for affordable housing, or what would your suggestion be? And I realize we're drafting this on the fly at 9 o'clock at night, but.
So I think I would redraft number 2, and again, drafting on the fly that the proposal should be for a project that includes either housing or commercial space or a mix of uses with I want to say with a priority or with developments that contain affordable housing or housing affordability being given priority. I'm not sure I would draft it down in the other priority, because I think those are secondary potentially to, George, I'm working on the fly here.
No, but I
Kevin?
would agree. I think basically all the feedback we've been getting is around number 2 in this resolution, and that be that housing land use would be expanded to include commercial or mixed use. So potentially, the project must be for a housing, commercial, or mixed use, period. And then to the extent someone wants to do only commercial, they won't have, obviously, an affordable housing component. For those projects, including housing, or for housing land use, workforce housing component, and the rest of that sentence would be.
Yeah.
I don't know what the right verb is. Is it required, or is it a high priority will be given in selection? That makes sense?
Yes, speaking for myself, it makes sense. Again, I would, at a minimum, and maybe it's just because this has already been out in the community and there's some degree of, I think, enthusiasm for the city hosting, literally, as a neighbor, and with us having the rights to the property, owning the land, because we're talking about the air rights here. Anyway, there's been, I think, some level of enthusiasm in the community about affordable housing. And so I do think it would be important, and I'm only speaking for myself, but, you know, my colleagues, please add your thoughts on this, that we do say that we do have a priority for affordable housing, just as we say we have priority for, you know, straightforward development that can be built in a timely manner for the reasons you all articulated earlier, and you know, the tax base. So I'm not expecting to figure out maybe the final language tonight, and you have several more committees to visit between now and the council meeting on the 26th. But again, I'm speaking for myself as just one of the sponsors, and we can't speak for the mayor tonight, but on this score. But I do think that it would be helpful to prioritize affordable housing, speaking for myself clearly. Do you wish for us to consider, since there's not another finance committee meeting scheduled between now and the council meeting on the 26th, do you think it would be helpful if we actually tried to have specific language tonight, which I know George already very much started us on?
I think we're probably close.
Yeah, I agree.
I think your intent is clear. You want the use to be expanded beyond housing to include commercial and mixed use. And you want to maintain a priority for workforce housing if a housing component is included. And you want that tied to number 2 and not these, as Natalie called them, secondary priorities relative to speed or straightforward transaction and the tax base. Is that a fair summary of what you heard?
Speaking only for myself.
So, Olivier, are you saying number 2 is not clear enough as far as priorities?
So obviously, what we're discussing here is amending C2 in the resolution to allow for other proposals beyond solely housing. And I don't know if that's an issue with any of you. And then for me, I would still like to prioritize very much affordable housing on the site. I'm fine with allowing, there are proposals that I think the staff team, which would be the first line of vetting the responses in a few months' time, if this is adopted by the council, you know, might give due consideration to that are purely commercial, that have been pitched to me privately by local developers. I'm fine with not precluding the opportunity for those development teams to have those specific proposals before the city, instead of just sharing it with myself, for example. I do think, though, it's critical to prioritize affordable housing. So I'm fine with what George has articulated, but perhaps they're finding a different approach to the specific words. But it would be nice if we could have something in writing tonight in terms of a substitute resolution that then would go to all these other committees that this is referred to.
So one suggestion might be in number 2, you say the project must be for a housing, commercial, or mixed-use, land use or development. You strike the remainder, but you add from 2, you go to a 3 that says a high priority will be given to proposals that include an affordable housing component. And then down in 4, instead of saying a high priority down there, you just say a priority. So you show, there's a separate line that says it's a high priority for developments that include an affordable housing component. And these other 2 are just priorities, and it kind of elevates but doesn't require.
I like that approach very much, Natalie. Thank you for that suggestion.
Does Kevin like that suggestion?
No, I have no issue with it. I
Legal
just,
issue.
the one thing that strikes me is you're effectively saying we're going to accept any proposals. So I don't know, is it easier to just strike into the language, the project must be for housing land use, and just change those first few words to a priority will be given to a housing land use? I don't know that we need, do we need to expand it?
The more I think about it, if we go this direction, remember there is a deed restriction now not allowing a hotel on this property, so we'll have to make that known in here. So for a commercial or mixed-use project,
Don't we say that?
because we restricted it to just housing, we didn't put that in.
So we have to include
Okay, it's in the
non-lodging.
I think
Yeah.
we said no hotels. Okay.
So, do you want to say something?
Yeah, sure. Well, what most importantly, I'm just going to thank Alderman Verveer for articulating something I've kind of been thinking about reading this. I expected there would be other interest, and I would like to at least give developers the opportunity, if they've got an idea that's non-housing, to at least show it to us and discuss. I think we'll end up with a better long-term project that way. And I think the language is something I'm comfortable with, provided we can address the hotel thing. The only question I have, and I have not really thought this all the way through, I know we have mentioned a couple of times time is of the essence here. Does expanding kind of the pool of applicants potentially delay the project at all in the event as we move forward? I don't suspect that it would, but if we have significantly more good projects we receive, do we end up with a potential time crunch at the end? If we want to take more time to.
Yeah, I think expanding it increases the probability that we don't get through. I think you could still get your proposals in, take a look at them, and they might sift out equally quickly. But our probability of needing more time or having something in one of those proposals where we need to come to an agreement as policymakers on, do we like X better or Y better? I think there's a higher probability that it's going to take longer.
Or complexity.
But you might get a better proposal. You might get, you're building a 75-year building. So you might get a better proposal, you might get better economics. We don't know yet.
Good projects move faster, generally, even after we go through all the approval.
Olivia?
Just to, I don't want to preclude Alderperson Kenny, but just to, I'll only respond directly to Alderperson Wood. I think that's an excellent question that you raised. I'll just share a little more from my conversations with some local developers that they, perhaps even before, in the case of a couple of them, even before the council voted to in essence, buy Beitler out of development rights on this block, they had already been doing due diligence and working with architects and so forth. Many of them have told me privately that they have accessed the engineering on the podium, the garage and the podium, and have been working on this for some time now, particularly since the council voted, again, to change course on Block 88. So correct me if I'm wrong, so with that said, I don't think we have any issue with RFP submissions still being due in April. In fact, maybe even early April, based on all the conversations I've had with people where they imply that they've done all this work already, on their own dimes, of course. But what you're saying, look another way, is that on the next page where the final deal negotiation this summer, and especially that important issue of saving the city money on whether or not we need a roof membrane or not, that is what would be concerning, that might slip if we go to commercial, potentially.
Yeah, if it takes us longer in the finance committee review and recommendation, so that period from we get the RFP submissions in until we come to the finance committee and then we spend time reviewing, I think that would be the place that you could potentially have, if you have a wider range of options, it might take a wider amount of time to review it. George, what do you think?
I would agree. I mean, it's the kind of thing that we'll have to deal with when we see it. If we get 2 proposals, that'll be less complex. If we get, let's say, 4 or 5, and they're different land uses, you have a lot of different factors that are going to play into that decision-making process, I think. The important date for me is the developer selection, because once we would do the review and you'd be comfortable with a team that you then direct us to do a final deal negotiation with, we could start the work in parallel with the contractors and the designers regarding the roof. So, I mean, we get the benefit as long as we can get that decision by June into July, early July. I think was the idea, and then we would move the deal negotiation into July and August. And if that slipped because of the complexities, it would slip.
I don't want to, again, delay recognizing Alderperson McKinney here, but since we're just talking about the timeline that's before us, with the amendment that we've discussed, you would not suggest, though, amending this calendar in any way, right? The timeline would still stay the same. We don't have specific dates, just months.
We had specific dates to start out with.
I know we did.
We moved the
I remember your drafts. And I also point out that you have a shell of an RFP that's drafted, so it's kind of ready to go as soon as, it seems to me, as soon as the council takes action at the end of the month. George, I already saw your draft RFP, and
We'll get it out.
we'll get that out pretty quickly, correct?
I think if we move the dates, then they become the dates. And these are aspirational to a certain extent. We recognize that, but, we are trying to thread the needle a bit. But if we don't try, we can't make that happen, given this one-time opportunity that we can have a developer selected that could affect some city costs that are rather significant potentially. And I think that's worth trying to make it happen.
Thank you.
Alderman McKinney?
Yeah. My observation is that, of course, that all of us have not had privy of those conversations related to other developers, and so it would be beneficial, I know, from my aspect, is to have some of those conversations open so that we can, not opening them all up, but at least to kind of share some of those developmental inroads that you've had, so that when it comes before us, we will not ask as many questions, and so everything will be before us. Is that agreeable?
So, Alderman, are you gonna make changes to the thing, or do we do an amendment, or they're just gonna, how are we gonna proceed with that?
Yeah, so.
The language that.
Right, so I realize we've drafted it on the fly here, but I think at least I have a comfort level, I hope my colleagues do, with the approach that was last mentioned. So in terms of the procedure, I guess the easiest way to do it is just say I would move an amendment, but then yield to George and staff to articulate the edits, the modifications.
Right, so is there a second to that?
Second.
George, can you articulate it?
One last time, you want to read it aloud?
So as I would understand the amendment, we would be amending number C2 of the now therefore it be a resolve clause to indicate that the project must be for a housing, commercial, or a mixed-use development project, excluding a hotel use, which is prohibited by a deed restriction. Correct. Then the second part of that would be added as a new 3 or a 2A, which would indicate that if housing is proposed as a component of the development, that the city will give a high priority for the inclusion of affordable housing in the selection process.
Using the same language that we have here, though.
And then we would delete in number 4 the word high. So it would be, rather than a high priority for selection, it would be just a priority. So we're kind of creating a differential between the housing, which is, affordable housing, which is most important, as well as the projects. We want to still be straightforward as possible. And again, part of the reason for doing this project is to create tax base and development that would repay the parking utility.
Just to clarify one last time, the language that is currently in the second part of 2, we would still keep all that language. We wouldn't just simplify it and say affordable housing, correct? Or are you suggesting that we just have one simple phrase, affordable housing?
No, we would,
I just want to.
if a housing use is proposed,
I think you'd want to keep it.
yeah.
Yes.
We had long conversations about the language, at least Natalie and I did. And
I think we would continue to want to say that, that a high priority would be given, if housing were proposed, a high priority would be given to housing that included a component, a workforce housing component with some units being subject to rent and income restriction. I think we would continue to maintain that language. That wasn't very eloquent.
that was my question, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Is that clear to everybody, what we were proposing?
All right.
Those drafted on the floor at the table.
If the amendment is adopted, then Natalie, you would take the lead to draft a substitute resolution? I don't know when, I can't remember when the next committee is, but I know you have quite a committee scheduled ahead of you for this.
Week from
Do that
Wednesday.
tomorrow.
Oh, tomorrow already? So if there's any way you could,
We can redraft tomorrow. The next
I can do it
committee would
tonight
be
if
a
you want.
week from Wednesday is the next.
Redraft, and that's what would be in the minutes.
your office?
Okay, we can
will
get 'em in
draft
your
a
minutes.
substitute for the planning department, is what you're saying?
Yeah, well, and then that's what, if that's what's voted on, then that's what, we'll just.
Would go into your minutes.
And unless we have a snow day tomorrow, you'll be able to do that tomorrow?
I'll be at work tomorrow. We'll have it
It might
done
be
by
remotely, I don't
midday.
know. Well, I don't know, the committees might be, you said there's, which committees tomorrow night?
No, I'd say we could have this language in your hands tomorrow for the minutes.
Oh, so the next committee isn't until next week? Okay, thank you.
Any discussion on the amendment? No? All right, let's come to a vote. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed say no. All right?
We only heard 2 votes there. We took, because of our size, we still need 3 votes for items to pass.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Barbara, you didn't vote. Oh,
I did vote.
Oh, you did?
I just wasn't loud enough.
Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't hear it. Just want to
Aye.
make sure we got it.
All right.
So it's
Okay.
unanimous for the amendment.
All right. So now on the main motion, any discussion on that? No? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed say
Aye.
no. All right, there you go. Hey.
Sorry.
All right.
Work, so I'm just really self-conscious.
Well, thank you.
Thank you all for staying so late again.
Yep. So the last item now is adjourn. Second, all those in favor say aye.
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 Opposed say no. All right, we adjourn. Thank you, everybody.